Где это звук? Блять, закрыт на зиму. Что мне делать? Ага, появляется. Ага, появляется. Ага, появляется. Окей. Ой, блин. Ой, тяну я, блин. Так. Контент. Мой канал. Что делать, что делать? Теперь можно устанавливать индивидуальные ограничения на профиль сообщения. Диско Elysium. Sorry. Сейчас что-то холодно в ноги. Где мои штаны? Хыч, хыч. О! Так. В смысле? Бля, что, отопление выключи? Тут дубарь, бля. Не, есть. Мне надо открыть двери. Закрыто. Бабка.
Hello, sweetie.
Лена, жена криптозола. Здравствуй, зайка, пожилая женщина.
Wait, who's sweetie?
Кто тут зайка? То есть я вам нравлюсь?
You're a handsome man, officer.
Ты очень хороший
A
собой.
stash in your
Эти усы,
chiseled
это
jaw and that
точная
silly
челюсть,
dimple
это
on your
смешно.
good dear. You're not
Но,
for me.
золотко, ты
I'm too old
не для
and too
меня.
married
Она смотрит вдали.
besides.
Мне слишком много лет, я слишком
You
замужем.
must forgive me.
Боже, прости,
I'm
голос
getting
совсем
so
дырявый стал.
scatterbrained.
Совершенно забыла
I
представиться,
completely
хлопает ее по
Lena.
лбу.
My
Меня
husband
зовут
Morel and
Лена. Мы
I
с
are staying with
Мореллом,
our
моим мужем,
friend Gary
сейчас
just down
живем
the
на этой
street, but
улице, у нашего
I come
друга
here for
Берри.
tea when they're
Но
away.
когда их нет, я захожу сюда выпить чаю. Она смотрит типа поверх очков и улыбается. Глаза ее блестят.
This Lena is wacky enough for the Motley Crew.
Это Лена достаточно центричная для нашей старейшей компании. Скорее ее вербуй. А вы, похоже, в кресле. Ай да покатаем вместе. Не уверен, заметили ли вы, но я не знаю, где я и что делаю. Да и вообще ничего не знаю. Зайке нужны денежки. Зайка, думаю, денежки. Мне пора отчаливать.
Yes, dear. I'm a paraplegic.
Да, солнышко, у меня
A
параплегия.
paraplegic is someone with
Это
limited or
паралич
no
нижней
ability to use
конечности
the lower
из-за
half of
травм,
their body.
например, после
Paraplegia is
падения с большой
caused by
высоты
spinal
или
cord
взрыва
injuries,
гранаты.
like falling from a
Граната
great
воевали.
height
Простите, невежливо было
or a
спрашивать про
grenade
кресло.
explosion.
Будем. Теперь другому.
No problem.
А вы, похоже, так.
Of course, dear.
А если, блядь, покатает, сказать?
Hello again, sweetie. Yes, officer. You
Да,
look rather
выглядишь ты
dazed,
растерянно, как
like a
в стиле
stunned
листа.
fox.
Но не может все быть,
But
потому
surely
что
things
плохо. Она
can't be
следит за
that
твоим
bad.
движением. Что в прямом смысле? Надеюсь, вы правда надеюсь, что это настолько плохо. Ой.
You know where we are, right?
Ты знаешь, где мы находимся, правда? В кафетерии танцев в трепье. Так, у меня написано. Правда, не знаю, в каком-то клоповнике. В зоне боевых действий на краю света. Стали призраками.
That's right.
Верно, но
Where
где
is the
находится
Whirling
кафетерий?
Rat's cafeteria itself located? We're in the city of
Мы в городе
Revashol, dear.
Ревашоль, зайка. Она кидает на тебя встревоженный взгляд. Про Ревашоль, что это за
How would
место?
I even begin to tell
О,
you?
да как же это расскажешь? Она
Revashol is the
посмахивает
most
серым глазами.
beautiful city
Ревашоль.
in the world.
Прекраснейший город в
Fortunate
мире.
to
Нам
be
с тобой
here.
повезло,
I
что мы
haven't
здесь.
seen very many other
Я не
cities
слишком много
personally, but everyone says so.
видала воочию, но все
Revashol
так
is
говорю.
a
Ревашоль
rare jewel.
жемчужина. Этот
This
город
city
был
used to rule
столицей
the
мира.
world,
А сейчас тут не
though it
очень
has
времена.
seen. Speaking of history,
Слово об истории. Ты
you
же
know
знаешь,
what year
какой
it
сейчас
is?
год?
Yes?
Хер его знает, какой год. А какой год? Какой год? Блять, как посмотреть год? Короче, одинокая дорога. Временной бонус. А это что за херня? Интересно. Временный бонус за исследование плюс 1 памяти событий возвращается. Время исследования 6 часов 5 минут. Проблема решения. Бля. Давайте перемотаем назад. Пройдем пьяным следам назад до дома. Перепрыгивая через мост, через канал. Отсюда пойдем, поднимемся через 20 минут, свернем асфальт на улице, поперем через двор. Асфальт на улице, пройдем через равно стаканную сторону, всем пособираюсь. Одинокая дорога. Ага. И что она дает? Одинокая... Ага, стат. Порядок мысли. Я не... В конце дня, после 10. Судя по всему, между участниками 41-й вашей 57-й Кима какое-то мерение письками. Спросите Кима об этом, когда закончит участие.
Perhaps, dear.
Быть может, мило, быть может, но сейчас
But
начало
for now, it's
51-го.
Lieutenant studies
Лейтенант
your
разглядывает
driving history.
тебя.
I'm beginning to suspect that you
Я
might
начинаю
indeed be completely
подозревать,
drifting in this reality.
думает лейтенант,
Thinks
что
the
вы, правда,
lieutenant.
совершенно
How
потерялись
can
в
it
этой
be
реальности.
that
Как можно
bad?
дойти до такого? Впрочем,
Never
неважно,
mind.
что мне.
Outside, the melting snow
Снаружи тает
seeps
снег,
into the
струйками
cracks
убегает в
of the
щели
walls
стен
and the
брусчатки вниз
cobblestone streets,
до самого
all
слива, а
the
на
way
земле
down
процветают
into the
первые
sewers.
ландыши.
I can tell that this is taxing for you,
Вижу,
so
что
I'll
ты
just
устал,
ask
так
one
что
more
задам последний
question.
вопрос. При каком же
What
режиме? При
regime are
каком
we
мы
living
живем
under?
режиме? Какое у
What
нас
mode
форма
of
управления?
government?
Ну, у нас какая-то демократия, хочется верить, что диктатура процветает, но что происходит? Наши правительственные грозные войны, наши разумные машины, наши восприятие реальности искажают. Демократия у нас.
Nope.
Нет, увы,
Sadly not.
Ревашаль, как называется, подконтрольная
Revachol has
зона. Им
what's
управляет
called a
альянс
zone of
иностранных сил
control
под названием коалиция.
under an alliance of
Правительства
foreign
у нас
powers
нет, а в
called
наших
the
подобных
coalition. We have no government of our own, and
рынок.
what democracy we have is market-driven. Oh dear.
О,
This
солнышко,
is
здесь
trouble.
правда не хожу, у нас все должно
You
быть.
really
В
ought to know
Реваншале
that,
нет
being one
копов,
yourself.
нетрадиционно
There aren't
понимают.
any
Самое
cops in Revachol. Not in the... But
скоро.
we should stop for
Но на
today's
сегодня
meeting.
лучше
You
прерваться,
look
зайка,
like
тебе
you
кажется,
need a
нужно
break.
преодоление.
She's scared now.
Вот теперь она
She's
напугана, поняв, что и
realized you
правда
really
имеет дело
are
с умственно
brave.
неполноценным. Ну что, я так справился с заданием.
Someone more educated
Кто-то, кто
in
лучше образован в
sweeping
системе
matters.
вопросов прочего. Нет,
I'm not
я
an encyclopedia.
Of course. Then I don't
в
know.
реальности.
Someone rich
Справедливо,
maybe?
она права, тогда я не
Other people
знаю.
are
Может,
educated.
кто-нибудь богатого, у
Though
богатых
I don't
хорошее
know where you
образование.
would
Хотя
find a
откуда
wealthy
богатому
person
человеку
in
взяться?
Martinez. Whatever do you mean?
Покатаем самокрутки, ломаем без курева, да так просто вспомнить так что.
Sequence killers?
Здесь
Oh
можно, даже
my.
кажется, ты ее впечатлила,
But
но
I
у
think you
тебя
already have a part.
A partner who needs you
на
to
парень,
help
который
him get
без
the
вас не сможет
cobblestone
найти
from the
вас.
tree. I can assure you, with
Доверяю без
absolute
малейшего
certainty,
сомнения.
there are no sequels.
Now, gentlemen, no need to squabble.
Не ругайтесь, она права, к тебе. От меня все равно мало. Толку, почему две головы хуже?
Thank you, but
Но она все не
Martinez
смотрит.
isn't the most wheelchair. Perhaps another time.
Мрачиваться на теме. Короче, я ее, походу, захарил. Так,
The worker is in a deep slumber. That sugary black rum stain on the
когда ты
counter
видишь
makes
на
you
прилавке
teary-eyed with joy.
пятно сладкого черного рома, у тебя ворачиваются слезы радости. От такой притворной липки аж умил душ призывать час. Сколько ты уже на ногах? Час. Час.
Sweet Lord, a
Господь
whole
милосерден,
hour.
целый час и за все
And you
время ни
haven't
разу не
thought about
подумал про
rum
ром
and
лимонад.
lemonade all that
Выяснил
time.
это без
You've
бессмыслия.
truly extinguished all trace of yourself. There he is.
Ах ты ж, черт ты ж
The old
бешеный.
boy, the devil.
Мой подлец красавец,
You
давай-ка
rascal,
от разного это стянул
Let's
пятно
celebrate
прилавка.
right now
Давай.
by licking that calmly. The lieutenant looks out
Лейтенант
of the
спокойно
window,
смотрит в окно,
then
потом
to
на
you,
то, как ты
licking the
слизываешь.
tasty rum stain off the counter.
А, что ты делаешь, спрашивает он, не сводя глаз с ближайших.
We should move.
A real drink would go well with those cigarettes.
Найдите спиртное и выпейте. С сигаретами, которые ты ищешь. Блять, алкаш страшно. Слизнул пятно, сигареты, алкоголь. Бабку я, короче, проверил. Сегодня начал писать мужчина. Этот. Дай бухнуть.
Can I help you? Do I have a shaker in my hand?
Ты видишь, у меня в
Is
руке
this-
шейкер.
is
Оказывается, на
this a
пустую
shaker?
ладонь. Нет, это ничего.
Am I wearing a little bow tie?
А маленькая бабочка у
Am
меня
I
есть. Я
wearing
ношу
a bow
бабочку.
tie and doing this? Am I smiling?
Ты
Do you
видишь, что
see
я
me
улыбаюсь?
smiling
Даже.
and shaking my little shaker? No, because I'm not a
Потому что я не
bartender.
банк, я
I'm a
управляющий.
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community deal with police stuff.
Мой топливо спирт. Ну ладно, мне нужен.
Oh, well, in that case, let me pour
А
you
ну,
a
в таком
nice
случае,
big
позвольте
refreshing
сделать вам большое
marinara.
суши.
Do you want that out of
Ну,
a
как
glass
подать? В
or a
бокале или
pineapple?
в ананасе?
Don't be an imbecile. I'm not going to serve you a
Нет, будьте
marinara.
кретину, я не
I have
подам
work
вам
to do
маринеллу. У
and
меня
broken
куча
things to
дел,
fix.
мне вообще много чего починить,
That
так
was
что
all.
если у
I'd like
вас
to
все
return to it. Yes, have you
Да,
got
не
it?
при вас.
A lot. A lot.
130.
For the room, drinks, and broken window, 100. Like what? I was really enjoying talking about the money you owe me.
Короче, так, бухать он мне не даст. Этот микрофон просрал. А чё я не могу выйти? А, подожди, они...
Yes?
Где мои сигареты? Папироски. Так. Так. Бля, где взять папиросы? И- Бля, может, окурок?
The fan stands still. The switch must be broken because nothing happens. The
Потянуть.
air in the a terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burn. It's just a little hangover-induced photosensitivity. Don't overreact. The lights are off.
Так, лампочка.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful. The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The morning light hurts your
Утренний
eyes.
свет слепит глаза, все еще в дымке, но сквозь нее виднеется океан и какие-то потрепанные.
The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and some war-torn buildings. The shards face outward.
Осколки летели наружу, чем-то окно не разбили. Удар был изнутри. Я разбил его своими руками. Блядь, конечно.
A fine web of scarring
Тыльная сторона
covers the
правой
back of
кисти
your
и
right
щиплет
hand,
все тонкий шпа.
but none of it is recent. More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on it. Is too large for
Для
a
пули
bullet,
дыра
yet
слишком
too small
велика.
for a
Для
piece of
предмета мебели
furniture.
мала. Орудие
You're
нечто
looking for
тяжелое.
something heavy. The shoe you found on the
Найденный на
balcony
балконе
fits the
ботинок
hole
подходит к
almost as
дыре
well as your
по
foot.
размерам почти
It would have also been heavy enough
такой же, точно как
if thrown
по всему он
with
тоже
force.
подходит, если кидать силой.
Congratulations. You smashed the
На
window
собственным
with your
ботинком.
own
Может, это
shoe.
не я. Блин, ну это почти, может, я...
You mean someone
Хочешь
else
сказать,
took
что
your
кто-то
shoe
другой
off
снял себе
and
ботинок?
smashed the window with it? Pretty much. But hey, at least you found your shoe. Not that it will keep you warm
Не
at night.
промозглые ночи он тебе не согреет. Так, хорошо. Окно расколотил я. А вон бутылка же лежит. Я не видно. Это полицейский. Зеркала нет, полицейский. Я не смогу навестись.
The door is this door can only be opened with a key or from the inside. Still, no, the lieutenant gives. You should punch a fucking hole in it. You slam your fist into the vinyl.
Stop that.
Короче, мне надо выпивка и сигареты. Но тут нету ничего. Я не...
Yes?
Это магнитофон. Выпить, он выпить мне не даст. Блядь, этот мент бегает за мной.
Yes?
Найдите спиртное. Так, надо мне добавить в ячейку. Нужно хотя бы немножко. Найдите бутылку спиртного, возьмите в руку, добавьте в ячейку. А, это взять. Бабка сидит. Может, я в мусорке покопаюсь? Нахер полицию. Долой мусоров, название улицы разобрать невозможно. Так, идем смотреть, короче, труп. Тут где-то труп висит. Что-то, подожди. Ты видишь следы шин на коричневом слякоти, покрывающие мозаику. Почему я на это смотрю? Что за машина здесь проехала? Визуальный анализ средний, один с восстановить траекторию движения. Ты на все смотришь. Логика. Пожалуйста, это не относится к делу. Почему на это смотрю? Восприятие сложно сказать. От чудовищного похмелья у тебя плывет в глазах и сложно. Короче, мне надо... Ну ладно. Нет, это ничем не примечательно. Дворник придет с метой и делает с концом. Хорошо. А это что такое? Ой, не. Электронный звонок. Старый домофон со списком всех компаний торгового центра. Восточная Дельта. Кнопка. Главный торговый зал, парикмахерская, юношеская школа. Короче, ладно, звонок. Реудесин, Гислен, мусорка. А, мне пакет надо. Хорошо. Где труп? Воняет протухшим мясом и скисшим молоком, разлагающейся человеческой плотью. Труп смотрит на тебя своими выпученными белыми глазами, лицом, на котором эти глаза расположены, не выглядит человечески. Оно раздулось и готово вот-вот взорваться. Губы, как две рыбины, а язык... Ты ловишь на себя том, что дыхание... Посмотреть вниз. Его шея повернута под неестественным углом в петле грузового ремня. Висящий на этой шее тело выглядит одеревеневшим. Оно испускает простой безбожную гнилистую вонь. Ты заживаешь нос, но это не помогает. Господи, что это? Почему это так ужасно? Разжать нос. Это к носу клубок офицер. Если вас выварить, ничего страшного, вас что нет. Ха, он сейчас блеванет. Куно, коп, блеванет. Хорошо, труп. Построена для детей лестница. Считает. На лестницу построена для детей, но она выйдет вес взрослого человека. Кто-то пытался выращивать травы в теплице. Этот маленький чел. Куно, в порядке. Мальчик швыряет камни в труп, явно не больше 12. Если можно говорить, что дети бывают уродливыми, но вот тебе самый подходящий образец. Его уродство почти можно назвать изысканным, как и гремлина. Вот так, Гуно. Напакумр, кричит девочка из-за сбора. На пару слов, пацан, по полицейскому делу. Прямо в хер, Куно. Попади ему прямо в хер. Дети, не обращай на него никакого внимания. Пидоры любят в хер. Пацан изрядно потеет, его глаза, как две маленькие черные дыры, а челюсть дергается словно пытается высвободиться из оков своего тела. Погоди-ка, что это значит? Я, по-моему, место преступления. Выеби этого пидора, Куно, да прям въебыч. Пидор. Грабли, Куно, пизди. Слушай, пиздец трэш, блядь.
Так. Блядь, я забыл.
Куно в душе не ебет, что такие грабли, Куно же не огородник. тебе пару вопросов. У меня к тебе пару вопросов. Ну давай. Опять что повеселее, когда наклада, что у тебя там, и что у тебя там, а? Что там у тебя, что там есть? Там труп. Да хрена, говно мусор, что у тебя за вопрос? Не говори мусору ни хрена, Куно. Помоги мне. Если бы я хотел бы потерять время, я не хочу вот спросить бы такой по-моему, обычно ты знаешь, что это. Ты знаешь, как. Сам добрался, наверное, когда тут эта херня случилась, Куно по поделкам шахты. Ты слышал, что сказал Куно? Куно вообще был сильнее, даже не вышел в города зря, это нос Куно не торчит за хлусти. Не знаю, но в каком-то он, он наглядывает точно. Местки или не знаю еще где найти сити, Куно был в найти. И никакого Найт Сити звучит как название города из Медварда. Это вымышленное название Найт Сити не существует. Находится на селе. Ладно, насчет тела. Мочканул его не Куно, и об этом он швырнул носом. Видел в округе что-нибудь? Да, два каких-то мусора в мусоре копается, Куно, это кажется пиздец каким-то подозрительным. Скажи, к этому позже. Да так, я должен спросить, кто такой Куно, блядь? Куда такое? Больше слишком я больше. Шизофреник, блядь, какой-то. Между. Ты кого, блядь, третьим лицом назвал? Куно, это пер... Шухер Куно. Он начинает верещать празднительно и яростно, как пожирательный. На помощь мусора взяли Куно, помогите, насилуют детский голос, кричащий в сторону. Помогите, примите ночь. Он хотел Куно, помогите. Мусора пытается Куно. Помогите, он кричит в полную, ветер разносится по столу по всему Мартезу. А ну. Сука, он упал, бля. Идиота кусок. Ты не смог его вырубить. Твой толстый кулак не попал в цель. Наоборот, он увлек тебя на свой повалил на землю. Ай, рука и колени, ничего, говорю, папа. Куно поверить в это дерьмо не может. Он шерблен так будто бы, чтобы суперспособность. Неужели никто больше не станет Куно? Куно думал, что в тебе что-то есть, мусор, что-то случилось, Куно. Теперь что-то угодно может творить. Его трясет, как будто сила. Разъебал тебе плечо, разъебал себе колено, разъебал тебе все жирное существо на запором шипе. Это бомба с горящим шнуром, готова взорваться от удовольствия. Нет. Критический уровень боевого духа, слушай. А как мне... Что-то сожрал, блядь. Куно сделает тебе свой послушный шлюх. Он называет собственный хохом, звучит так. Ким не смеется совсем. Здесь подняться тоже. Блять, алкаш упал. Упал и еще повредился. Самый худший коп. Я получил приз самый худший. Я поговорил, не играть с этими силами, возражения. А теперь насчет заняться чем-то больше. Ладно. Рагуль какой-то. Что здесь? Мусорный бак. Этот мусорный бак запер. На движке висит замок. Почему смотрит мусорный? Труп сейчас находится в подвернутой стороне. Возможно, ты предпочитаешь запах мусора, запах смерти. Почему я смотрю на тебя? Мы можем попробовать использовать монтировку. У меня в карете есть. Или попросить управляющего танцев в тряпье дать вам ключ. Наверняка у него есть. Короче, ключ управляющего взять. Буква R украшена короной. Ниже надпись «Свет над окружением». Куно-муно. Так, тут труп. Мальчишка меня повеселил, конечно. Подъемный механизм ржавеет уже не первый год. Тут халуп. Нагромождение из вечнита. Ничем не примерно нагромождение кровавого материала. Что это? Почему я пялись на кучу кровавого материала? Ничего особенного. Просто какой-то ствол куча материала. А, ну я... Блядь. Ладно. Я не могу сюда зайти. Если бы я, короче, я мог бы сюда, я бы зашел бы, а так я алкаш. Я не могу. А, вот ящичек есть. Чен предмет восстановления. Полученные деньги. Реал. 20 реалов. А это что такое? Я тогда не знал. Впереди можно различить отпечатки обуви, следы несколько человек. Тяжелые рабочие ботинки с укрытыми носками. Весь двор покрыт отпечатками. Такие, говорят, наносят фабричные рабочие. Что за лейтенант? Кем ты себя возьмешь, супердетективно, у тебя похмелье, это просто вмятина в грязи, никакой закономерности, что... Ладно. Похмелье, бухнуть не дадут. Мне надо ключи. Давай. Дай ключи. Мусорный бак на... Мой, нет, это часть танцев терапии. Спасибо за уточнение. А чем это? Чтобы пьянцы и бомжи не залезли в зачем. Привет, привет. Александр Белкин. Они скидывают туда мусор или вывозят не платят. Я так и думал, но естественно, кто есть доступ. Ну да, не считая транспортной компании. Как это сердечно, не находишь что-то совершенно. Тебе ощущение, что это. Его узнаешь. Ты-ка его и узнаешь. Это не бессердечно, даже объедки прятать не некуда. Нам нужны ключи от бака. Зачем это вам? Это для дела. Лейтенант говорит неожиданно резко. Надеется ваше сотрудничество. Насчет денег, которые я тебе должен. Да нет у меня денег, я все пропил. Я же алкаш. Алкаш-коп. Полицейский алкаш. Еще просто после Будуна. Жесткого. Ввиду расследования. Короче, детектив. С миллион вариантов событий. Муниципальность Ревашоля. Так, открыть бак. Наносит бак заперт. Открыть. Замок открывается с мягким щелчком. Теперь можно просто откинуть крышку. Не надо. Внутренне не надо. Может, не стоит. В чем дело открыть крышку? Крышку. Задание выполнено. Открыть мусорный бак, пучный плюс. В нос тебе прилетает запах гнилой еды. Внутри ты видишь мокрые картонки, грязные тряпки и всякие иронические отходы. Мы как раз вовремя тебя нас взглядывают внутрь мусора, не вывозили под картонные коробки. Ты видишь молоко, упаковку из-под яиц. Кажется знакомый. Коробка расходится у тебя в руках. Хлопья, бати солей. Турбо, ничего примечательного. Так. Фотка. Ты видишь кнопку. Я заглянул. Поднять тряпки. Ты замечаешь, что среди груди рваных джинсы. Покрытые мерзкой слизью джинсы на кучу мусора. Это с убитого лейтенанта
But I
Нью
will
Хьюджинса.
lower his
Трупный
fate.
запах очень
If
слабый.
this belonged to the
Если они
deceased,
принадлежат покойнику,
when
их сняли,
he was
когда он
still in
его
the
только
early,
начал
throw them in
разлагаться.
here, officer.
Офицер открыл черный пластиковый пакет с надписью «Улики». Положено джинсы в пакет.
Guitar mark, blue jeans.
Синие джинсы со
Okay.
следами от гитары на коленях, карманы пустые.
Alright.
Лейтенант быстро без
He wore them
джинсы.
with a belt, too.
Или
A white
обчищенный.
belt.
Он носит
The
их
loops
с ремнем,
appear
с широким
strange,
ремнем, петли на поясе.
The belt is
Но
missing.
для меня нет,
That's it.
только что не
Do you
видишь.
see anything?
Something slimy
Твое
catches
внимание
your eye.
привлекает что-то покрытое слизью.
A drab, long-sleeved shirt,
Однотонная
olive-colored,
оливковая
appears from the
рубашка с
food waste,
длинными рукавами
dripping with pus.
появляется из кучи гнилой еды. Из нее стекает какая-то творожная жижа.
This is a military type overgarment.
Так,
No label
это
or
часть
serial
военного
number.
бандирования, ни
This is the
этикетки, ни
kind of
серийного
ribbed shirt
номера,
that's
под
worn over
какими
light armor to conceal it in
трикотажными
an urban
рубашками
scenario.
скрывать ли броню. Он кивает себе. Еще что-нибудь.
The rest of the rags are
Остальные
just kitchen
тряпки
variety
просто
waste.
кухонные
A
отбросы.
yellow
Есть
old
еще
mug that
старая
catches your
желтая
eye.
рубашка.
All right. We should go to Gart again.
Кто
and
сложил
ask if he
одежду в
knows who
мусор?
put the clothes in the
Ладно, нам
trash.
стоит еще раз
It could
поговорить
be
с
as
Гартом.
simple as
Вдруг он
someone from
знает,
the
кто
hostage
выбросил
cleaning the
эту
yard.
одежду. Возможно, кто-то просто
Or
прибирается во дворе. Или
that
этот
one. I'd
кидает
advise
ножом
against
мальчишку. Ну,
confronting
это
that
стихию.
force.
Ну, эту стихию я бы трогать не стал. Надо спросить детёнышка, кто это выбросил.
What's he on about?
Девушка,
Kids?
это отлично.
That Kuno. He thinks you're an infant.
See?
Видеть надо спросить детёнка. Думаю, что-то есть там.
Not really. All we know is
Сомневаюсь,
the
нам
victim's
известно
clothes
следующее.
are in the
Одежда
trash.
жертвы
The
лежала
lid
в
was
баке.
locked,
Крышка
and
была
this
закрыта на
establishment
замок,
had
а
the
у
key.
сотрудника этого
It's
заведения был
just
ключ.
a
Ничего
small
особенного.
loose thread.
The lieutenant
Ладно, лейтенант
nods.
кивает и
Then
смотрит
looks
в бак.
back into the
Загорел
trash
картонной
container.
коробки.
It's just organic waste.
Это просто
Cold.
органические
What's
отходы.
this?
Что это?
A
Что?
blue piece of plastic
Нельзя
sticks
выжить
out from the apple
собственного
peels.
пластика,
It's
блестящий.
shiny. Looks something larger. A clipboard. A
И
blue
правда,
plastic
синий
clipboard with
пластиковый
moist
планшет, с
papers
которым
hanging
свисают
from it.
кипа
They
промокшей
look badly
бумаги.
damaged, but you can
Листы.
still make out forms and notes written in a metal.
Officer, is that
Это что,
your
ваша документация?
paperwork? Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM
Да,
street
выкинул
label.
свои бумаги.
You've even
Очень
got a
даже
autopsy
может. Он
form.
указывает на планшет. Здесь карта с делением города на районы по участкам РГМ. У вас был даже бланк для отчета по смотру тела к
If you
планшету.
don't mind me asking, how did
Пользователь,
this get
как
in the
планшет
trash?
оказался в Мустанбаке, наверное, он портил мой стиль. У меня нет какого-то дурного почему. Может быть, мне нужно было... Мне кажется, что я не хочу больше быть копатом, бросил ее.
Understood.
Понятно, кидает снова. Загляните под картонные коробки. Это я загляну.
You
Кружка.
pick out a broken
Ты
mug
достаешь
with an
разбитую
oddly
кружку.
racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron. Only in its social
Только в понятии
sensibility.
политкорректности. Кружка. Кем? Он бросил гневный взгляд на кружку и снова
You've acquired an interactable item.
С этим предметом
Investigate
можно
this item
взаимодействовать.
further
Более
by
подробно
going to the
можно
Interact
изучить
tab
вкладки
in your
взаимодействия в
inventory.
инвентаре.
The container sounds
Да.
muffled gone.
Так, закрыл. Значит, бак я
That's
обыскал.
one thing off the list.
Ну что же, это может починить из списка дел. Думаю, мы нашли все, что было нужно. Да,
You said
согласен.
you didn't want to talk about the ledger. However, now that you have it back, it would
Вы
not hurt to start
сказали,
taking
что не
notes on
хотите
the
говорить
case.
про журнал, но все же, раз у вас стоит начать делать заметки по текущим официально. Так, хорошо. Катушка. Продать могу. Опасно. Понедельник. Так что, писько мерение. Найдите сигареты. Я не нашел сигареты. В личном деле не хватает данных. Так. Повысить уровень, может? Или выбрать другой? Мне надо моторику. Вы будете стараться выставить себя в самом выгодном свете, жить в стиле диско, будет всех пластинг смарт. Можете бесшумно двигаться. Нам вот это надо повысить. Да? Короче, так. Интуиция, моторика 3. Концентрация, самообладание. Эквилибристика -2. Хорошо. Предмет. Судя по всему, между участником и ваш 50 кимош, в какой-то мере письком с притеком об этом код заканчивает первичный осмотр тела. Так, первичный осмотр тела закончился. Значит, мне надо поговорить с кем?
Yes?
Мне еще раз дело тому, нам следует знать, что я ничего не помню. Хочу поговорить о тебе, я имею в виду.
What do you want to know?
Мы можем снова пройтись по водным данным.
No.
Тем
It's
не
not a
понял.
particularly mysterious case.
The lieutenant adjusts his
Да,
collar.
мне кажется, он
It
не
doesn't
хочет
look like he
быть.
wants the case to be more mysterious.
Good.
Так, хорошо. А вот он, малой.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Looks like it's time for me to go.
Похоже,
Kuno.
мне пора
It's time
сваливать.
to take
Куну
me
мусора
in.
мне решили повязать.
She means it. The fear is
Она это
real.
серьезно? Она правда этого
I'm
боится?
going away for a long,
Я
long
не могу
time,
пекут
Kuno.
Куну, дадут
What's
пожизненно.
going on there?
Что-то творится.
Boggy, you trying
Какого
to
хера
pull,
ты
pig?
пытаешься проверить мусор?
Murder
Murder
was
was
the
the
case.
case.
They gave me.
Он почти полностью скрылся за забором, бормоча строчку из песни о том, что как на нее якобы завели дело об убийстве. Короче, перепуганный ребенок. Так. Поговорить надо сюда. С этим алкашом поговорить надо, наверное, мне.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
Can I help you? What thing?
Что, я заметил знак, там написано, что стол зарезервирован для кухни. Я видел вывеску, там говорит, что мне нельзя на кухне. Почему? Я хочу поговорить о другом.
What?
By the way, you
Кстати,
should
к
come back to this
этим вопросам стоит
thing-based
вернуться, если
questionnaire if
потом
you see
увидишь в
anything
танцах еще
interesting in
что-нибудь
the
интересное.
whirling later.
Another thing. Great.
Еще кое-что
I
такое обожаю.
love
Я заметил.
those. What are you, a cook now?
Вот что теперь еще
That's
повар,
none of
это не
your
ваше
business.
дело.
He wasn't pan-fried.
Он
He was
доходил за...
lynched.
Его
What
не
could the kitchen
зажали,
possibly
его
have to do
линчевали,
with-
какое отношение.
Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed
Кухня
until 1
закрыта до
p.m.
часу,
because the
потому
cook
что
is
повар
working.
готовит. После
You
этого,
can
если вам
snoop
нужно,
around
можете
after that,
пошарить.
if you must. Yes, not the whole damn
Да,
evening,
слава богу,
thank
не
God.
все просто
Just the
лишь бы до самых
nastiest
крикунов.
They come here in the evenings.
По вечерам
Dumb,
поехал
unruly types.
We should find out who these
Да,
notes
узнать, кто
were.
входит в эту ячейку профсоюза,
Loudness
стоит
means
выяснить,
talkative.
кто эти крикуны. Крикуны значит разговорчивые, а нам нужна информация.
We don't. We have to wait.
Никак, придется
We'll show
подождать.
up
Рано
sooner or
или
later.
поздно они берутся, он
Men
смотрит в
get
сторону
hungry,
их зала,
even
людям
striking
нужно
men.
стоять, даже если
If
там
not today,
поспорить.
then they may hear tomorrow.
Столовая резервирована для просто.
Yes.
Ладно. Одежда, спросить Конор, знает ли он что-нибудь о том, как жертва попала в мусор, спросить Гартер, знает, как одежда жертвы оказалась в мусорке. Где мой тапок? Так. Куно. Ну, а чё я не могу спросить?
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes. Another thing. Great. Yes. Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
Спокойно.
How strange.
Как странно, я их точно туда не выбрасывал. Может, вы просто забыли свои действия, может, ходил во сне или будет фуи, а кто-нибудь из твоих сотрудников могут туда выбрать? Мусорбарная компания, муниципальный нос, чтобы выкидывать баба. А, мы станем муниципальный. Сомневаюсь, что вы сможем установить кого-то. Тогда из тех цепочек, что подвержено самосуду. На Клинтон-стрит, рядом с развязкой на Муги-стрит, тарахтит стрелку грузовик, останавливается у ржавого мусорбака. Они уныло смотрят на бак, на стенах написано МК. Все равно спасибо. Может, ты просто забыл свой диск? Пока я не приехал, ключи были у Сильви. А за нее я могу поручиться, я за всех у них могу поручиться. Спасибо. Так, мусорный бак. Сюда зайти после часа. Работа полицейского. А дед? Где это Куна?
I'll die before I squeal, pig. You don't want to fuck with me.
Ты ко мне не лезь, у меня руки в крови, цеп, шапочка пускается еще ниже. Вообще нет, тут нет мусора, ты меня не видишь. Ты все видишь, сейчас я забрал макушку и шапки. Как мне спросить? Отсюда. А как мне спросить? Что за детское дерьмо? Хули ты мне голову морочишь? Ну, этого я не могу. Вот этого спрошу. Хочу задать... Послушай, ты поздравил себя перед Куной, его голос спокойно, и он даже... Тебе взгляд, теперь ты должен вымолить ее прощение. Послушай, ты находишься на месте преступления. Мне тут не нужны гражданские, которые говорят, слушай, я хочу помириться с Куной и пока все неудобно. Куна, я зря тебя ударил, извини. Ты клевый. Чувак, давай просто закроем топ. Клевый чувак, чё, блядь, так с тобой не так? Ты, наверное, ему мозг сломал. Помириться с Куна. Теперь придется постараться, чтобы Куна забыл. Пожалуйста, не тратьте время этого кротобосса Сарина. Ты правильно поступаешь, пытаешься снова завоевать милость Куна. Он делает паузу, чтобы потом... Ты можешь платить дань Куну наркотой или куревом. Тачку Куну не помешает. Моток карета, типа такую. Что вы делаете вперед всем? Мне нужно помириться с Куном, то это ему предложить. Нет, на самом деле вам это не нужно. Это 12-летний ребенок. Ты не имеешь значения книжной слизи. Но почему? Он выглядит искренне удивлен, но вы предварительно открываем. После драки всегда выходит такое, что остается чуть случай. Ты ничего не знаешь об иерархии мужских коллег, кем не умеешь.
Okay. If you absolutely need to. But right now, let's move.
Скуна, блядь, а этот... Так, ладно, я ни хера не... я не узнал. А как, а чё это маленький?
Have you come to make your offering to Kuno?
Мне надо и выпить, и бухло, и все надо, и денег нету. Здравствуйте, заходите в магазин. Хотите купить новую увлекательную книгу? Это... Ага, ну что? Меня зовут Аннет, сэр. Я хозяйка лавки. Лизанция, это моя мама. Она сейчас одну фликот стоит. Дорогие, кто посмотрите наш товар, почему ты здесь на холоде? Я сказал, что магазин открыт, иначе как и... Так, мы... Не, сэр, мне нравится помогать вам развлекать. Но... Короче, магазин это херня. Давай, бабка. С бабкой поговорим, а ты. Приветствую вас и познательно прошу следить за тем, какой интернет. Дам же денег. Дайте денег! Этот магазин принадлежит вам. Ну, что вы, это смешно, разумеется, я... Успех нужно добиваться, если подачки это лишь для манипуляции. Тебя растоптали, сынок, но ты кретин, зачем продашь? Да, зажиточно, не дадите мне денег, брали. Да, владею этим культурой, весьма горжусь, да. Да, это Аннет, моя дочь. Надеюсь, не отлынивает от дел. Кстати, она была на посту. Чудесно, вы с ней говорили? Да. По шкале 1 из 10 несколько вас прикажут. Да бросьте, вы оцените не лично, а маркетинг прием. Не лезьте не в свое дело. Женщина перед вами наблюдает за магазином, ее плечи, но она это видит. Так, я тут ничего. А что я здесь ничего не добавлюсь? Мне надо... Кухня. Серия «Человек из Ехамля». Полка набита потрепанными книжками в мягкой обложке, на которой изображен член. Книжка от бесчисленных рядов книг про Хельмана. Ребята, это читаю, да, вот «Человек из Ехамля». Может, сотни человек из Ехамля. Окислёшь кровавый хуй.
Not even close. Man from Heimdall in hell. Man from Heimdall and the forest of slaves. Man from Heimdall under the lake. A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching. Your hand reaches toward
Ты притягиваешь руку к книге глянцевой обложки, на которой изображен мужской человек из
in chains.
Человек из Хельмандаля и трон развлекается костер.
Especially those leering types who seem to wear nothing but an armored bikini. It's symbolic of vice and sin. The display rack before you is burdened by the piles of Man from Heimdall novels.
Я не могу купить, мне денег нету. Конфеты. Туда нельзя же, наверное, мне.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to...
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're dumb if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible.
She looks away.
Она отворачивается, бормоча, почему эти занавески вечно не дают никому покоя.
Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Why? It's not like anyone was killed. I'm sorry. I don't.
Я не хочу показывать невежливо, но я прошу не ходить туда. Я не могу вас пустить. Так будет довольно. Занавески вдруг кажутся ненадежными, недостаточно плотными, чтобы держать пленарную тематику.
Thank you. Let's just talk about this first, all right? There's no reason for you to...
Lies. Rip them open, we say. You see a tattered set of curtains and a polyhedron-shaped cage-like trinket. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash.
I warned you! You're unleashing forces beyond your understanding!
Перед тобой вырастает тяжелая дверь без ручки, все увешано десятками, если не сотнями талисманов и мелкими. Может, ты просто ее вышибешь. Стоит ее вышибить. Надо ее. Постучать в дверь.
That's right.
Правильно.
Take in your surroundings. You need to have a solid ground and a proper posture if you want steady breathing.
Дыхание равномерно, накопленное вперед, и ты готов.
With one shoulder forward, the room is dimly lit and littered with old barbershop rubbish. But the path to it's made of a solid block of wood, but it has stood there for ages. The hinges are old and coated with a carmine layer of rust. Only an echo. No one is there.
Ну давай попробую. Но у меня есть сила.
Ow. Shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that hurt?
Are you alright? This looked...
What is going on there? Are you really trying to break down the back? I warn you, don't tempt the spirits, officer. Don't tempt the spirits.
It barely looks like you've done any damage to the
Впрочем,
door, however.
Ты, кажется, не ставила неуверенный царапин, она еще и плотно закрыта. Так, хорошо. Что, больше здесь не... Какие-то духи тут, да? Она говорит про духи, значит, какие-то духи есть. Стеллаж с детективами. Эти полки перегружены книгами из одной серии. Повсюду имя Дик Маллен. Уважаемый, что это за детектив? Позор профессии. Нелепо должно изображение.
Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. You see, Dick Mullen.
Ты видишь, Дик Маллен на здании. Достать Маллен. Объявлено убийство. Дик Маллен в доме убийцы. Последнем.
The final case of Dick Mullen. Oh no. Turns out he faked it to solve a case. Yes, there's also tragedy calls for Dick. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen? Your attempt to grasp at the answer fails.
Тебе не удается схватить ответ, вот кажется, оно так рядом.
Satan just out of reach.
Дик Малин, ладно. Тут что-то много про магию.
Have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. The maps look old and faded. На этой большой карте изображены архипелаги, словно звезды рассыпались по голубому. Самый крупный северо-восточный остров на запад. Карта на сцене. Озон лишь в крохотной пылинке. К северо-востоку на северном берегу Каю виден полевой клещ. Вокруг тебя все стороны лучами расходятся великие ревошоры радиусы. Сможешь накрыть единственной звездочкой через ревошоры на озоне виноград. Океан растворился, Мудис. Ты имеешь лишь смутное представление о том, что это далекие звезды, боги. Северное побережье. Реки. Карта на стене. Все это открыто для туристов.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents.
90 сантимов.
That old thing.
Это старье, это старье.
From when some design studio people tried to
хотели вывести красоту.
They didn't get that far.
Далеко они не продвинулись по какой-то причине. Жаль, что проект не выгорел, был бы посмотреть. Так, денег у меня нет и ничего купить не могу. Тут что у нас? Полка с литературой. Чтобы не знаю, открыли. Среди множества книг находится жизни Дандас, называется цель этой книги, так и многих других на этой полке не представляет медицинских Текст банальностью утверждает, что традиционная медицина недоступна народу. Полная чушь. Полка с литературой о паранормальном явлении. Здесь также есть глава следующей. В древнем сирийском обычае используют желчный пузырь для лечения припадков. Короче, а тут еще что? Еще одна скучная книга. Короче, здесь книжный магазин и какая-то тайна с духами. Так, что здесь? Книга. Книга. Кто-то бинокль поломал. Так. Привет! Привет, Евгений Троянов. Привет. Перед тобой стоит мотокарета, корпус бело-синий с номером 57. От пассивного двигателя в задней части машины исходит пара. Должна быть это самая адская машина, что вырвала тебя из забвения. Комплекс рычагов управления микрофона, радиации, крючку между ящика. Что это такое? Что это за аппарат? Это Купри Кинема, моя мотокарета. Если хотите, можете воспользоваться ящиком, инструментом и рацией. Кидает он. Вот что возбудил меня. А все полицейские вроде такие крутые мотокареты. Да, купли мотокорпус предоставили полиции большую часть патрульных машин. Мы покатаемся. Меня...
In the cabin, you see the frequency tableau lights up and the green button labeled Prime Line, the soft purr of electrocutted radio waves cast far up.
Здравствуйте, чем помочь? Привет, Алис, пожалуйста, помоги нашему клиенту 41 участку. Передаем.
Operating the radio is easy.
Нужно быть легко, ты, наверное, делать еще. Вызывай диспетчер, Дельта 10, подтвердите. Ага. Привет, Алиса, я офицер. Может, чем ему помочь? Можешь соединить меня с... Мне нужно поговорить с одной гражданкой Стилью. Возможно, она сообщила об убийстве. Вообще-то. Ким Кардал тебе номер 7. Да, минуточку, листаю.
Number is 005.
Hold on, officer.
Так, надо с той Сильвой связаться. Что она знает про убийство.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit to get.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
Да, слушай, женский голос доносится. Здравствуйте, полиция. У меня есть пару вопросов по поводу последних ваших дней на работе. Ах, да, она почти мгновенно узнает твой голос. Здравствуйте, что могу помочь? Никакой неприязности в голосе. Она хочет, чтобы ты ее позвал на свидание. 100 пудов. Электрохимия. Вы уволились из танца. Почему? Вы хотите, что из бара вы слышите опасность? Честно говоря, что почему это не хотелось бы со мной обсуждать? Хорошо, я не буду вас давить. Может быть, не знаю, вроде бы чуть-чуть расслабляюсь. Сейчас мне точно нужна передышка. Нет, не я. Почему со мной вы не позвонили? Вас не смущает труп на заняторе? Нет, простите, на прошлый города мало у кого есть телефон. Денег на новые провода, все это задание обновлено. Кто позвонил в участок, чтобы... Это был кто-то другой. Лейтенант делает пометку. Мы его рано или поздно найдем. Просто это займет время. Так. Что, разумеется, смущало. Но я думал, что уже просто про него известно. Полиция у нас не вызывает. Ты слышишь, как она поправляет трубку, профсоюзы рассердятся? Ну, понимаете, она подбирает слова. Как профсоюз скажет, как и будет. Люди их слушают, и они присматриваются. А тут и на все. Ким, отпустите микрофон. Она говорит правду. Закон здесь профсоюз. Кажется, у моей власти есть предел объяснить, почему вы допустили... Ясно. Можете рассказать мне другом? Не знаю, что вам сказать, я не позвоню, потому что не хотелось хлопать, потом подумать, извините. Да, так. Ну, повисает неловким счастьем. Вы пытались спуститься их в унитаз, их полностью забили засоры, и почистите бумаги выбрать. Блять, алкаш хотел их спустить в унитаз. Потому не похоже, что ей правда было известно. И что-то. Потом, не похоже, что ей правда было известно. Вы уволились из танца. Почему это я спросил? А вы не хотите как-нибудь выпить со мной кофе? Думал, у меня все. Отъедаясь твоей слабостью в душу прибирает отчаяние. Ты не были благородными, твоими порывы, как полицейские жрать. Ты все еще сформируешь предложение, это еще лучше помыслить. Пусть болтаются трупы на девять, охожи ей в жопу. Они ее не служат, меня хватит копов на уши. В жопу. В мире нет больших слов. От детектива к соцреализму. Еще один офицер покинул радио после первого взрыва. Теперь он живет под мостом, пьет и покидает.
When asked to...
Все? То есть можно сорваться? Я думал, нельзя сорваться. Оказывается, можно сорваться. Прикольно. То есть, если я неправильно начинаю соображать, всякую херню несу. А можно загрузить игру? Ладно. Не нагружать не надо, короче.
Have you come to make your offering to Kuno?
Я понял. Можно сорваться, короче, и просрать игру. Охереть, прикольно. То есть, типа, если неправильно буду... Я думаю, можно херню всякую задавать, а все равно... Нет, просрешь. Ладно.
Yes.
Короче, надо... Нельзя срываться.
Before you stands a motor carriage. Vapor emanates. This must be the... In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on the frequency tablet, the soft purr of a...
This is precinct...
Hello, Alice.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, precinct... Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm.
Officer? Yes, hello? Oh, right.
Ах, да, она почти мгновенно знает твой голос. Здравствуйте, чем
There
мне
is
помочь?
no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out.
No, not me. No, sorry. People don't have...
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just...
Yeah, go on. Well, I am sorry about that. Anything else, detective? I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
No, she doesn't have a problem with you. It must be someone else she's angry about. Some other guy. Like God. Trust me, you wouldn't want to be the guy here.
Тем самым, знаешь, ведь...
You're
Лейтенант Любовь, сводник... Помогите же, бедняжки.
Matchmaker extraordinaire. Help the poor girl out.
Нет, ты тот самый лейтенант. Я рада помочь, но можно кто-нибудь без вот этой внутренней...
What misogyny?
Какое мизоло? Я просто по фактам говорю. Они считают, что уже нельзя сделать. Вот студия, истерика объясняет, что у тебя все схвачено потом. Колено. Я хочу без ничего из этого.
You're just a gimp.
Это и тряпка.
You want to be more empathetic.
Call was terminated by the other party. Anything else, officer?
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook. A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into play.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case.
He's clearly a little...
Само собой, немного над своим инструментом, но все же трясет. Но что ж ты поделать? Работать, взять монтировку с красным оконечником.
The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you. Cold and heavy, like truth. You feel like you're useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters. It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheat. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch. And the metal clutch handle so very familiar. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition.
Translation. We're not going anywhere. Alternative translation. Don't even think you can drive my MC.
This is the Caprice Kinema, my motor carriage. You can use... No, I'm afraid not. We have a murder case on our hands, remember? The Caprice motorcar does provide...
In the cabin, you see a set.
Так. Монтировку я забрал.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Так, я где-то что-то должен был монтировкой открыть. Небольшая ритмичная зарисовка, похоже, он придумывает на ходу. Даже это показывает больше развитку. Пробка по дому, которой еще не было в нашем мире. Повороты портом. Ощущение, что уже как будто я родился на этом перекрестке. Понял, что ты сейчас сказал.
Everyone's a critic, man.
Критиком быть просто приятелем.
I've been here a whole week already. So tell me, what do you need? Nope, don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse. Or waiting for the sweet release.
Yup, nothing wrong with that statement. Your senses have nothing to add.
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit. With 3 T's. Rebishaw's weird. He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for.
Он не из водителя. Я точно знаю, что вырастил на месте. А так себя не теряется. Я торчу тут, теряю время.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of nothing. I'm just messing with you, man. Don't mind my idle verbosity. Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that. Can't even get a few jokes back.
Вижу, этой шутки ты не видишь с их носа. Но мне тут
Mostly sport. They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il-Moran market lately. This rockin' beauty.
Эта ласточка показывает больше пальцев. Моторный грузовик, который накаивает. Это когда уж виды колонок похожи какая-то древняя модель фаун. А, это наблюдательно, да, лошадка старая, но надежная, но он с любого похода мясником и с кучей нелегального.
The man taps his
fingers
rhythmically against his arm.
Don't be a stranger.
Так, значит, дальше курят, я у них могу взять, покурить, и надо бухнуть, потому что я запойный алкаш.
Yes.
Товары из грузовика частично разбросаны. О. Дальнобойщику. Добро пожаловать в Ревашо. Любит грустный мужчина. Реплика обращена не к тебе. Она для Ким. Не надо мне тут этих добро пожаловать. Я претендент. Мой дед приехал сюда из страны, где тысячелетно все научные школы все потерпели иначе. Он не обращает на тебя внимания. Они такие люди, что вы разделяете из-за всего. Короче, тут херня какая-то. Джеймс Д. популярный журнал. Как он тебя назвал? Подсрачником, намекая, что ты под хвостом лупишься. Господи, да ты ведь только делал свет этого мерзкого ребенка. О нет, только не это. Вот ты меня сейчас познал. Антистачник. Ну вот, представьте себе, вы копы устраиваете забастовку, а потом приходят другие копы и говорят теперь, кстати говоря, что здесь на Диком Севере делают РГМ? Прибыли полеть нашу дурочку. Знаешь, что с этими воротами изучаю мир, у меня сейчас небольшая беда с деньгами, ты мне не говоришь для чего? Ты знаешь, что дело серьезно бывает, он тут шефом. Похоже на тебе, на что-то намекает, но чудовищное похмелье, просто твоя тупость мешает понять, на что. Блин, это ужасно, но об этом лично. Нет, не умею, что я делаю, может. Конечно, хитро улыбается. Истинности он этого не делает. Так. Этот болван мне ничего не даст. Сейчас до мгновения шумим, у нас тут попыш. Забьешь честного работягу. Хорошо, но ты тут боремся про дело, он поворачивается. К тому же мы с тобой в одной лодке, он подходит чуть ближе. Хорошо бы люди увидели, как коп и штрейк-брейкер стоят на чем болтают, а доказывается. Может, ты лучше им будешь вопрос задавать, например, почему нам не повезло. Нам не надо антистачник, орёт.
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut.
The physically impressive man tower has turned his attention back to the gates. He ignores you.
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss. I know nothing about a murder. Wouldn't put it past these.
Не удивляюсь, если убийцу кажется эти войники Спарта.
Right to work. It's shameful. Cops doing.
Конечно, почему нет?
You should bring backup. Open up the gates.
Why not?
Почему нет? Я вижу множество причин, по которым нам не стоит выбирать сторону в этом. Жаль, он побрался у ворот и я решил. Короче, что-то я ни хера не могу понять. Короче, закурить мне тут никто не даст. А, можно подняться.
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigate.
Ты про убийство пошли.
Of course, policia.
He didn't do it. It's the truth.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself. I walk right past Measurehead and go in.
Пройди только мимо головами их.
Yeah, the 2.5-meter tall Semini Supremus is there. Walk right past him, then press the button to unlock the door, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
Так. Это двери какие-то. Хорошо. Тут, короче, какая-то забастовка. Рабочие мне не дали закурить. Так, а здесь что?
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such a... The windows are clear. They've been recently
Стекла чистые, не надо помыля. Ты видишь кабину грузовика, а мне лишние вещи выйдет. Наклейка, блин, что...
Stickers, insignia. The driver, as a
Водитель украсил свою кабину изрядно. Все вполне.
Proclamations about honor, strength, and the back end of the
Знаешь, сегодня использована тесная ниша для сна. Большие крепости.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town.
Так, там забастовка, здесь какие-то расисты.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile.
Хотя бы зайду несколько вас.
No response.
Нет ответа.
This woman is.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone. Why? I just told you why.
Сумасшедшая, короче, ее нельзя трогать. Ладно. Как скажешь. Сумасшедшую трогать не буду. Белая майка. Нахера мне эта белая майка, я не знаю. А, это что, подожди, надпись.
Yes.
An old monument stands in the middle of
Старинный
the traffic
к морю, похоже на ее собрали в
It looks as a silver plaque on the
Впереди
statue
табличка на
is
всем Филипп III, расточник
Philip
новичайших
III,
финских королей
the
Революшона, сын
the
Филиппа II.
greatest of the Philippine kings of Revachol, son of Philip Even by the standards of the
Даже среди
old sumptuous Philip was known for well, he blew
Ну, он
through
промотал
the
всю
whole
национальную
national
казну и
treasury,
так началось
starting the
становиться.
decline of his own
Это
maladministration,
бесстальное управление в конечном итоге привело к падению
during
монархии
the
во время английской
anti-centennial
революции.
revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy.
Как было списано национальную кампанию.
Philip III's ludicrous bronze likeness looks defiantly up into the sky. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads.
Ладно, Филипп какой-то там, мне не интересно. Какая мне разница, кто он там, Филипп? Не Филипп. Да, здесь я не пройду. Здесь я не пройду. Бабка сумасшедшая. Сигарет мне никто не дал. Я хотел вон двери те монтировкой открыть.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
Хорошо.
Have you come to make your offering to Kuno?
Ладно, Куна, ты меня заколебал. А что мне монтировкой надо открыть? Я помню, что это надо было открыть. О, духи там какие-то, может. Может, монтировка ее?
You see a set of tattered curtains.
Excuse me, nothing. Why aren't you browsing the books? Don't you feel...
She speaks almost as
Она
if
говорит
she's
так, будто
trying to
пытается
put a
продать
spell
тебя, убежденно
on
купить
you.
больше
Oddly
к мне.
enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, you see some kind
Ты
of
знаешь
charm,
какой-нибудь амулет
an
неправильно
irregular
наложенных
polyhedron
костей?
assembled. This is a traditional
Это
Seminese
традиционный
ward,
семинийский оберег,
meant to
защищающий
provide
от глаза
protection.
кошмаров.
Inhabitants of
Житель
Elysium
Эльдефантом, одно из
the
семейских
Seminole
островов к
are,
этому
aside from
отсюда.
poking at it
В амулете с рыбьей
suspiciously,
головой
there
остается
is
разве
nothing
что
else to do with the
недоверчиво
fished
потыкать
charm
пальцем.
at this time. The curtains remain shut before you. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains,
Sir, don't touch that parapsychological...
she looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like...
No!
Lies. Rip them open. The curtains, tattered with age and
Чтобы
covered in
висят
dust,
покрытые пылью
hang
под...
before you, as if taunting you. You see a dimly lit room full of dust.
I warned you. You're...
Давай, нет, это тренди, пенсионерка. А ну.
A heavy door. What if you just break it down? That's right. Take in your surroundings. The room is dimly lit and it's made of a solid block of wood. But it...
Ладно, так. Тут я ничего не добьюсь. Так, что здесь мне надо? Судя по всему, между... Так, это потом подведите итоги с Климом. Так, потом осмотреть тело жертв. Задание. Бутылку. Зайдите в инвентарь и используйте взаимодействие с испорченным журналом регистрации на поиск книжных средств. Так, журнал. Журнал, найденный в мусорке. Испорченный журнал — это журнал, который ты нашел среди мусора. Жалкая кипа белой желтой бумаги. На куске пластика, что едва держится на движении. Кусочек туалетной бумаги, или это салфетки? Нет, туалетная бумага. Нет, это метафора твоей жизни. Посмотри, туалетная бумага. Это просто кусочек туалетной бумаги, прилипший к планшету. Ты можешь убрать его, если хочешь. Туалетная бумага все еще влажная и легко отклеится от планшета. Осталось только стряхнуть ее пальцами воли. Алюминиевые плоские вдоль планшета с бумаги, как отдельные зубы диска, что к ней прикрепил прямоугольница набитая клейка. Она рада, что это непонятно. Погрузить собственный язык. Требуется пару секунд, чтобы разглядеть вот это. Носим, собственно. По-разному, кроме штампа, который подтверждает подлинность. На моем указанном номере удаляются участки данных.
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks.
Все фары транспортных средств подходят, чтобы прочитать галогеновый водяной знак. И тоже. Значит, ты можешь прочесть водяные знаки, нужно только включить фары.
Окей.
Хорошо, возвращается.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight.
Они не совсем белые, местами пожирают солнце, алкоголь, кроме того, вкусно написано. На некоторых страницах красный штамп материал дела в письменном виде. Материал дела довольно многочисленный. Выгорка развалился на части больших сотен. Это запись о расследованиях, которые велись в стране. Сейчас середина марта. Ты брал в среднем по 2 дела в неделю. 2 дела в неделю — это нормальная должность.
Two complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes.
Arson, petty theft,
мелкая кража.
handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back to January 51. Stamped case files, commit to paper. These are your last couple of months in remission. Yes, it appears you
enjoy ты перейдешь какую-то строгую, но литературную систему. Каждому делу присвоен номер. Но что примечательно, большинство из них название. Можно даже назвать заголовком, похожим на штамп. Да, все прописано. Морал нового мира, дорога, квадратное поле, еще и другие названия поля. Парня на диване, убийство кальяна. Придется попотеть, чтобы собрать эти дела по кусочкам, но это вполне реализуемо только с журнал. Нужно внимательно изучить. Вы имеете в виду буквально цифровой цифры. Часто вы имеете в виду буквенно-цифровные шифры Петрученко, прибытие на место преступления. Да, он сам солгать. Нет, я имею в виду не цифровой заголовок.
Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, So do I.
Что ж, я тоже, по
In our
правде говоря,
defense,
почти все.
almost everyone. It's a holdover from the early
Это
days of
пережиток
PRC.
конца революции,
Right
когда
after the
организация только
revolution, when the
формировалась, и принципы
organization had
работы
little
были
idea
четко
how to
установлены
do
по
things.
всей делам.
It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers used again. In your
Помощь
defense,
развитию, могу
listen
сказать,
to
что я развел
Iron
это
Man,
дело. Он
the man with the hole in his head.
как дырка в
It
голове.
was a
Это
real
был
person.
реальный
His
человек, и
death was
смерть его
real.
была реальной. И
Still, I
всё.
named it that. I pray his loved
Я
ones
очень
never
надеюсь, что
find out.
близкие никогда не
Brain
узнают.
spike through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
There is, for
Место осталось
precisely
как раз для
one
одного
more.
дела.
15
15
pages near
страниц
the
в
end
самом
remain
конце остались
untouched by the
непролеженными.
damage.
Они
The chipped grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into... Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead
К
pencil.
сожалению, к журналу
It's
прилагается
unfitting
только
of this
старый испытный
monumental
карандаш
event.
для такого конец.
Onto the paper with a
Ты
bright,
начинаешь
free
переносить
hand.
выполненные задачи на
Uncannily similar
бумагу
to the rest of the
стремительным
letter,
почерком, вне
the
всяких
wording
сомнений,
comes
похожим
easily.
на тот,
It's
которым были
almost
сделаны.
robotically simple. A
Слова
language
проходят легко,
developed
почти
for
ты
mental
пишешь
rigor.
прекрасным языком,
And
которым
inspect the victims, interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry.
не очень поэтично
Poetry
для
may have
поэзии
been played.
вместо
A
нет.
satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done. It seems things to be done and
То, что
things
сделано, и
already
то, что
done.
можно испортить,
The
сделал будто
composition
сами
of
жизнь. Это
reality.
невероятно полезный инструмент
This is
детектива.
an extremely useful tool for a detective.
No, actually. In
Правде
your
говоря,
days.
нет. И сидит повешенный демон.
Great. That's
Отлично,
great.
просто отлично.
That's
Я
actually what
признаюсь,
I
я
was
думал о том
thinking
же самом.
too.
Повешенный,
The
хорошо.
hanged... I'm going to start calling it the hanged man. It's good we sorted this out.
Страница свободных с этого момента начну называть это дело повешенное. Хорошо, что вы вынесли ясно.
You don't exactly close
Ты
them
не
so
то
much
чтобы
as
закрываешь
distance
их
yourself
открыто.
from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. Yes, you can piece them
Да, ты
together
можешь собрать
using the
дело по
alphanumeric
кусочкам,
code on
используя
the margin. It always
буквенно-цифровой
begins
код
with
на листах. Он
HDB41,
всегда начинается с
date of
ГБД-41,
initialization
потом идут
and time of
даты,
arrival on the
начало,
scene,
время прибытия на
followed by
место
the
и
title. For example, HDB41120117. Why, yes, your precinct number. Every last alphanumeric in the files
каждый
begins with
кодовый номер начинается с
These
этих
are
букв.
your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials.
Гор Деби Берджер. ГДБ. Горд. Это не...
Feeling isn't really the jurisdiction we're in right now. It takes about half an hour to piece
Исследователь
one
сбросил
together.
тобой систему, чтобы
Using the
собрать
system
одно
you've
дело,
devised.
уйдет где-то полчаса.
Where
С
do you
чего
want to
начнешь?
start? This one is
Это
relatively
дело
easy to
установить
reconstruct.
довольно просто. В ночь на
Overnight,
12:02 на стене многоквартирного дома на уровне 8-го этажа со стороны центрального Джемрока появился граффити. Нет мурал. Здание представляло собой малонаселенную заброшенную башню. Сейчас две фигуры, мужской и женский, пара целых внутри. Любовь возможна только в новом мире. Люди называют это фигня или это херня. Ее можно увидеть. Дня часто просто затопил потолок. Вычислить граффити довольно просто. Только Беттер могли позволить себе такие объемные промышленные краски. Ходили слухи, что один из них богат группа сделанной.
As the crew, the case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate. The 9,000 people
В голосовании
subject to the
приняли
meeting's
участие
message,
9010
all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it, turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love truly is possible in the next world for you people. And it is too late for us.
Осталось только уничтожить средний класс. Средний класс ни в чем не виноват. Это просто человеческая природа. Мне нравится, но разве это... Мне нравится, но разве мы не можем вместо этого уничтожить другие народы? Чтобы... Кто-то интересовался, во что веришь, чувак, с вонючим сортированным журналом, что разберется.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. It's made of dark blue plastic.
Темно-синего пластика, довольно твердого, и можно избить. Будет, ну, что мало показать.
The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the something rattles inside, ever so lightly. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot, with your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board. The acidic stench of rotten food has rubbed off on the cellular. The lieutenant observes you, raising and lowering the toilet water-logged mess under you.
Excuse me, I just have to
Через
ask
некоторое
again.
время он...
How could
Извините,
you
я
have
просто
let
обязан
these
еще раз...
get tossed out?
Чтобы быть копом, как бы пустил, наверное, он портил мысль.
I'm sad to hear that. In any case, we are lucky you
Слушай, нам
found
повезло,
it.
что...
Oh God, that sounds dangerous. Make sure you don't throw it out again.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
А теперь, извините, он снова открывает свой совершенный блокнот. Из одного журнала у меня появилось острое желание увидеть, что с моим...
Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse, handwritten logs on dozens of investigations. You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose. In the back, you see thin, translucent copier paper. Some neon yellow. Some then rip them from the binder and hand 3. The topmost are misconduct. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the color of the irises.
Цвет радужной оболочки, глаза, признаки
Condition
насильственности.
of sexual organs. These are quite sinister.
Мне довольно
in turn.
абсурдно.
They give a date
Указаны
and
даты и
time
время.
for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below a monetary
Штраф
penalization.
составляет 20-250 реалов. В особо темном случае 1000 реалов.
Severe cases allow
1000 реалов, но для отправки требуются
but
дополнительные
that requires
документы.
special paperwork. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people.
Заполните бланки и
Fines for
вручите
wrongdoers,
нарушителям штрафы,
interview requests for bad
повестки до
guys,
посмертия.
and feel the rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear.
Деликатная
Being
магия.
sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork, it takes about half an
Если
hour to
следовать
piece
за
one together. Use AKA
Также известно
Leslie
как
and
Лесли
Berg,
Берг и непознанный
AKA
в общественном месте.
the
Порча
public
имущества в
indecency
личном
drunk and the
состоянии.
property damage drunk is a cursed case.
Джема
You were so drunk you didn't
Я даже
remember
не
what it
вспомнил,
was when you signed on.
что это
That
на него.
you were high. Leslie will always take his pants
Напьет,
off when
когда
he's drunk.
снимает
Berg
штаны,
will
Берг,
always
когда
trash
напьется, всегда
everything.
крушится, но это
It's just
должно
what they do.
исключить.
The only way for Leslie
Лесли
to stop
сможет
flashing his
перестать
genitals
демонстрировать
to
свою гениальную
bystanders,
прохожим,
for
Берг
Berg to
срывать свои
stop
виски
dismantling
и зеркала
signage
заднего
and
вида только в одном
rearview mirrors
состоянии
would be
бросить
for them
пить,
to
учитывая все,
stop
что...
drinking alcohol, which, threatening
Ты перепробовал все угрозы, штрафы, приводы в участке. Ты даже отдавал их на растерзание земля, а землю просто напоили. Но из материалов ясно, что у тебя... Ты находишь несколько ссылок. Потому что вот он на углу Пердишен. И что это делает? Знаешь, несколько ссылок на текущее исследование, которые приходилось браться сюжет, когда... Отлично, ты что-то усвоил. Если верить материалам, в этом и заключается все дело. И в том, что Берг крушит вещи, и в том, что они оба алкаши. Но с другой стороны, ты тоже алкаш, дело становится значительно менее забавным. Он, наверное, спутал его с имуществом, которое так выполнит. Однако ирония в том, что ты чудо делаешь. В процессе избиения журнал наносит ущерб затвор отделения для сведения дела. Ты оставляешь потери. И пытаешься открыть отделение за счет он набросился на нас. И нас, кажется, пытался убить Берг. Ты медленно приходишь в себя, потайное отделение открыто. Потайное. Ты открыл его паленую чашечку Берга. Хорошая новость заключается в том, что Берг больше не сможет ходить. Не сможет выбраться из своей квартиры, он инвалид. Заботясь о Берге, Лесли забрасывает свои привычки постоянного управления. Может быть, он свернет своими гениталиями. Важно то, что на улице этих двух алкашей больше не закрываем. Именно эти причины ответственности офицера едва избежал внутреннего исследования. Конец хочешь почему. Вот это очень любопытно. В лбу жертвы было квадратное отверстие. Убитого нашли через несколько недель после смерти. Все это время она сидела в кресле качалки, уставившись в стену с квадратным движением. Это все за полчаса, который ты потратил за восстановление этого дела. Ты узнал только то, что входное отверстие было квадратным, так как ты не нашел пулю, а потом было еще одно тело. Вот еще есть вероятность, что однажды ты поймешь преступника с квадратным пистолетом. Какие-то мудаки вынесли диван из дома, чтобы потусить посреди улицы, на крыше, на холме, возле шоссе. Но ты понимаешь, в неожиданном месте они были молоды и уверены. Как модель, они действительно были круто, они были как мудаки, они молодежь, жалобы по поводу тахты или дивана. Они таскали этот диван по всяким неожиданным искромным местам, так они повторились все уши на него и курили сигареты и пили кофе, потому что считали, что предмет интеллекта. Окурки, кофейные чашки, идиотский диван, тебе пришлось сегодня это убирать, и ты сыграл. Нет, у тебя не было на это времени. Для работы никуда бегать не надо. Убийство, барабанная дробь. Джозеф Милс, он погиб, но это как это? Джозеф Милс никак не мог раскрыть это дело, занимался в одиночестве. Он говорил, что это настоящая головоломка, просто мозг добродетельно мучился не меньше месяца. Милс из горшка не слез, сидел на нем еще пару недель, ломая голову, прорабатывая самые невероятные вещи. Испорченный журнал, и так дело было передано тебе, потому что Милс так ничего не добился. Рассказ следующий. Молодой человек найден мертвым кальянной. Ну ты знаешь, заведение, куда ходит день. Да, просто отстой. Просто молодой человек лет 20 с чем-то на на повторено прямо на пол. Среди бела дня рядом никого. Он был единственным клиентом в тот день. Состояние здоровья идеально. Он придется. Больше не входил, не выходил. Он посасывал свои арбузные колено и все утро и весь день, как обычно, он держал. Никаких звонков, ничего. Просто курил кальян после нога, а потом просто не спал. Милс понятия не имел, убийца, невидимка. Но пазл не складывался. Мистика просто взял и упал замертво, слушал подушки. Ты же не замечаешь, что ты вот не встанешь, чтобы испортить.
Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom. Smoking hookah, didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was murder at the hookah parlor. Not much has changed.
Почти ничего не изменилось, типа важное
still sags from the clipboard.
А ну. Два края планшета, кажется, немного разошлись, похоже на след.
The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, without resistance or sound, two ticket stubs.
Два билета и открытка ручной работы. Два нарисованных цветных карандашом улыбающихся осьминога тянут друг друга щупальца. Это билеты на вход в зоопарк в Восточном Ревошеле. На картину снова наклеена тонкая вишенная бумага, где ты берешь. Ты видишь фиолетовые цветы. Немного корицы, запах, кажется, тутти-фрути. Молодая девушка 20 с чем-то лет. Гарри, ты уже начал читать, мне захотелось написать, чтобы ты смог прочесть его. Может быть. Рукодержащая улыбка начинает дрожать каждое утро, когда я хожу, ставлю спящего. С каждым моим шагом печаль растет. Тебе к тебе каждый мой шаг.
You feel the air sucked out of your lungs, and you feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on. To what? There's nothing.
Detective, is everything all right?
Что это было?
There is nothing. Again. Nothing sad, brother. No treachery, just blackout. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing.
Он говорит о тошнотворной тоске, о болезненных эмоциях. Даже в темноте он пытался хвалиться, не пытаясь удержать гранат. Ты спокоен только, когда ты мертв, брат. В палеомамальном мы называем это тенью. Потому что она здесь и всегда так. Всплывший на поверхность дутый труп прошлого. Нет, это было красиво.
Don't prod at it. It will start moving again. There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's... You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules. No. Someone is breathing.
Yes. They're pouring something on you. It's
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket, the air is...
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself.
Вода холодничая, серебристая струйка, сама влага жизни.
Drink. You have...
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter.
What happened? You were reading your paper.
Вы читали документы, потом по телевизору я отнес вас к Кинему, чтобы отвезти в больницу, потом сколько?
10 minutes, maybe.
Минут 20 я должен спросить что-то.
Good. You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
Журнал неудач ненависти – это особый предмет, который можно использовать и как активный объект, и как инструмент. Если поместить его в ячейку предмета в руках,
Lonesome, long way home.
Одинокая мысль домой. Мы почти на месте. Дом ждет тебя. Проходи мимо 41-го участка через рынок, мимо идейного центра, Буги-стрит, замерзшего в центре района. Потом мимо видеопрокаток, но там в конце небольшой спичечный коробку домик. Не живешь. Прошло, людей не осталось. Зачем ты пришел сюда? Потому что до сих пор здесь и где? Одинокая дорога. А, это ж... Подожди. Та-да. А зачем забыть? Ты отрубился на синих плитах пола. До самого состояния ты видишь, как дрожат у тебя веки помеж. Белый тротуар. Так, мне надо это, фонари.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The Raspberry gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Connect. The lights unfold with a little click. Cast.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. 10-4, what's your status? Over. 10-18, 10-20, over. State your message, sir. Over. Ten-9, repeat message. Over. 10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation.
10-22, the captain.
10-22, капитан. Звучит стрёмно, если бы не директор школы позвали.
What does he want? Says he lost his badge and needs to report it. He what? He lost his badge? Who lost his badge? Dick fucking Mullen.
Сам думаешь, Дик Маллен, сраный.
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not.
Это не твое имя. Это имя вымышленного детектива, который не потерял бы свободу. Обороняйся сейчас же, они над тобой. Ну хватит.
Stanford, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here.
Ебать, попасть, Мак, иди сюда.
Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his...
He lost his badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge. Ten-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain So...
Ask him. Ask him if he's... Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know. It's gone.
10-9, come in, officer. You get my question?
Дика, как слышно, офицер? Вы получили мой вопрос на основе с вашим пистолетом?
10-1, you're breaking up. 10-9, repeat please. Over. 10-9, come in, officer. Over. Come in, officer. 10-9, repeat message, please. Did you misplace your fire? He says he doesn't have...
Dear God, he lost his gun. Oh my,
This isn't really a lot.
Mac can face a giant of Coco Gold by himself. But Disco hit. Oh, I can't. Fuck. He lost his... Ask him if he still got his wiener.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson, here is wondering...
Now is a good time to say...
Сейчас самое время для слов типа «зад» и «пердолить».
That's a negative. Not going to say...
What's he saying?
He said
Криминальное значение.
Prick ate Mama's vanilla waffles at the captain's birthday.
Сняли мамин ванильные вафли.
Sure her vanilla waffles with... Shut up, Chester.
Завали Честер, не смешно.
Tell him to apologize right now.
Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize for the claims that you made about his mother. Over. He says he's sorry and didn't...
Okay.
Tell him to find his goddamn badge and gun. That's the only thing that matters here. Satellite officer... 10-4, affirmative. Officer is in pursuit of his firearm.
Oh, God,
Officer, do you need further assistance? 10-4, I hear you.
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking?
I don't think he...
Don't give that asshole anything.
Alright, that's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over.
Оператор снова обращает тебя АДБ по приводу.
He says it's important to the...
He isn't getting a red cent.
Request denied, sir.
Nothing is working.
Anything else, sir? Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
Денег не дали, сволочи.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid.
There she is.
Вот она, западная левая шага.
Around the borders of the
Построим одного знака десятки сотни дырочек микро.
Hundreds of micro perforations. The rectangular watermark
Поверх прямоугольной водяной рамки напечатана эмблема РГМ на основной улице.
The major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. A rat brazenly darts past you.
Прошмыгнув мимо тебя, наглая крыса теряется среди...
In the distance, a child somewhere shrieks. In the middle of a broken plaza, in a cone of light, barely visible in the daytime, 2 men, one slim, the other.
Martinez. Let me see. Right here. No, it does not.
There are many of them, and they are divided into the first row has 18 dots. The next is the longest. It runs. There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150. The last row has 3 per. That's it.
Those are perforations.
Это перфорация. Я обязан ваш.
As an officer of the RCM.
Son, here is where we score your life performance.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? That's what it says.
Так тут сказано. Я бы предложил, что больше по вашему возрасту.
What did you do all those blissful years of your youth? No shame in working a
В том, чтобы работать в обычной работе, ничего плохого для
This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of clothes. Wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot. Even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more, call it what you want.
Можете называть это как хотите, вы были ценным сотрудником своего участка, но теперь давайте.
Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3.
Confirmed kills.
Подтвержденное убийство звучит очень жестоко, но я знаю это.
A drink would soften that feeling.
Definitely not. For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the jam, there are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish, but it seems as though you are.
He's sincerely glad you're not a scary predator. Not to say relieved you're competent.
Yes.
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
Очки. Повышенные очки у меня. Что? Мне надо что-то повысить, потому что я грёбаный алкаш. Так. Контейнеры. Тут вон люди как раз. с монтировкой хожу из планшета. Надо придется обходить.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. As you step in,
Когда ты заходишь, он кипает, стоя, говоришь, что совершенно по-немецки тебе удается разговаривать просто.
It must be his name.
Видите вы имя?
Goranci Quebec. The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air. He smiles and bangs his ladle. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
Короче, от него я ничего не добьюсь.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent. You immediately feel drawn to the color. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The door does not budge.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? It is quite pretty. I suppose we could look into it as a side investigation. Gart is the person to ask about this, the cafeteria manager.
Потайные коридоры, танцы. Он смотрит на тебя, потом, как двери, говорит про это.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's all some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that. Yes?
Так, хорошо. Что, мне надо... короче, с профсоюзами я поговорю. Поговорить. Хорошо. Может, эти хернёй я открою?
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
Have you come to make your offering to Kuno?
Please don't waste time on...
Don't listen to that. You can pay tribute to Kuno with drugs, or cigarettes, or some wheels. Kuno could use some wheels. Motorized carriage.
Please don't...
Don't listen to that. You can pay tribute.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it...
Active decay.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
Active decay.
He's about to blow!
Мне надо...
An old call box with an off-key melody starts playing after you.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call here again. Thanks.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead. You ring the doorbell, but what an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair.
Andro Orlando.
Just seeing the words Andro Orlando gets your hackles up. Its very existence is a threat to... All you hear is static, but no one answers the call. You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens. You wait for a minute or two, but looks like someone has melted half the plastic. You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as...
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you...
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. The receiver must not be working properly.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look.
It's you. My God.
It's a woman, and she knows you. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Michelle, just please.
Sounds like a ghost. Wind blows through your clothes and you feel detached.
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care. Ever since I came to work here, it's been different.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again,
It's so nice to be able to finally meet again.
she sounds like she's about to cry. The cold is deep under your skin, as if you were talking to someone who's 100 years away. Somewhere inside the building, water is flooding the cellar floor. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves. washing ashore on the bay. Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read. Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident. Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to. Silence. No one answers your call. This button looks new, but someone has removed the...
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Короче, я туда звонил, но она закрыта. Что это за проститутка?
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game.
I'm trying to, but you keep...
These manly men are playing.
Играют в шары. Ты играешь с шарами, бери шары и играют.
Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter. You God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every victory.
Хорошо, что я силу прокачал.
Bordel de merde! What the hell is your problem? I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so...
A man his age getting worked up like that? Better watch that blood pressure.
You vandalized our game, son! We can't play pétanque with 5 bull! Well, it damn well isn't. It's pétanque. You ruined a pétanque game. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer?
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug.
Морковь.
You are a goddamn bull. Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now, why did you approach us? Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about in Martinez, the union fellow. So can you really blame them? Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to build. If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me. Ah, yes! King Philip III!
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the...
Cocaine? Cocainum? Sounds like our kind of king. And...
a superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much.
You can't even take responsibility for... That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine.
I'm satisfied with this explanation.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Aware.
Philip the Third was even brought into this world with the...
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
I'm listening. Right.
Так.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk, the ring of metal. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. Different. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of that.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out. Really?
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
It's been a week and now they show up? I knew I should have quit.
Так, тут ничего такого нету. Туда я не зайду, потому что мне надо в эту хату попасть. А как с ним поговорить, если я не могу в двери зайти?
Apparently, she doesn't like people standing behind.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. Then why are you sneaking up on me like that?
Сумасшедшая.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a sick...
Not looking for any trouble, officer. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
It's the god of cigarettes and youth. Ask him, don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Apologies, but this is my last one.
The god himself has denied you absolution.
I'm not sure that's a good idea. I'm not throwing anything.
There's no way you'd catch that cigarette anyway. Yes, really. Don't even try. You'll just embarrass yourself.
As you wish. Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring window.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have a...
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you? No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
You didn't answer the question. What?
It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend? How intriguing. He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring, someone hides behind a curtain. Those windows have eyes, and those eyes are watching, spying on you through.
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going. Good luck with the investigation.
И он уходит.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that. There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Once we found...
Так, пока мы не знаем, как туда попасть. Так, хорошо. Там дедулям шар надо достать.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname. The faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusion.
Where? There? Those are old. These bullets were fired during the revolution. Although not much. I don't have a fresh perspective.
Так, та-та-та.
We're still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking.
Туда я не зайду. А, зайду.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do?
His courtesy is not insincere.
Не то чтобы любезность была неискренне, но причем все действия не...
Just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
I haven't had any problems myself, though some of my customers have
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained.
Entertained? He might be high. If he is, on what? Okay, he definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've probably done it, and many other things.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of...
No one likes to see what you have to see every day. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you...
What? Sold? The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revershop, and I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. She didn't seem like a policeman. Although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. Truth be told, she...
Right, so, let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now
Продал
you're
оружие
going around the streets of Martinez with it?
свое.
Martinez with it? You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
Продал, блядь, свой револьвер. Трэш. Ой, блядь.
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
Of course. Sure thing. Sure, man.
Так, в ломбард, короче, я зашел.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
Yes, officer.
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured. He wants you to know that he has nothing to hide.
700 real.
A bargain? No, it's not. He's trying to sweet-talk you into buying trash.
Hey, I don't know where it came from, but it's not every day you get to buy and sell something so extraordinary.
Уличный фонарь. А, я вышел.
G'day to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His posture is relaxed. Despite his powerful build and a knife in his hand, this man resorts to physical intimidation only infrequently, if at all.
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer? I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh?
The words, Daredevil Driver.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here. Especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed. Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins. Sure thing. Want some too, officer?
Why not?
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle, this panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crash. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear us. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the... Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Yes?
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
These are all boring. Boring. Those UV stickers are
Профилитратор наклейки здесь не видно, очки лучи скорее собираются.
First-rate sunglasses. Premium design, super material, very cool.
Короче, барыга очка.
You see a Cimarron street vendor surrounded by a motley assembly. The name Silen is embroidered over his breastplate.
Silen.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here. Everything's cool.
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city.
You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang. You're right, officer. 100%. No playing around then. Strictly business. Maybe I can interest you in some premium menswear instead. Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais from the Sigai province of the Serais Empire. The apricot suzerain.
The apricot suzerainty is what the Sigai
Абрикосовый сюзеренит.
It's a bit of a fraught term. I'm sure you understand.
Ревашольское название.
No, apricots come from Sigai. My grandma used to. Speaking of, why not support an independent local entrepreneur? I send half my profits back to my grandma in Sigai.
Короче, херня.
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes.
Don't be shy. These are premium class.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand. Buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
No good. All you can come up with are some treated wool pants. You can tell they're too tight around. They itch like hell. The itch is so bad you'll...
All natural materials, see? Real wool, 100% skin friendly, and they're yours for only 2 real.
Что это за зудящие штаны? А нахера мне зудящие штаны?
You won't regret it, officer.
А зачем мне зудящие штаны? Можете мне объяснить? +1 внушаемость, -1 сумму. Прикольно. Бомжатская шапка у меня. Так, хорошо. Ну, в мусорку пойду покопаюсь.
All around you, rain falls on the great city. The spring thaw, looking up at the sky. Cold water dripping, grey sky like great battleships. Humid. Your coat shields you from the rain, while the...
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with? Of course. What can I help you with? Me? I am just a gardener. I am pleased to meet you too, officer. Of course. Where to? Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the just coast.
Rows of stalls under a broad roof, where silvery fish were heaped on newspapers. Water everywhere, pouring from the heavens in the shadow of the old.
I don't know. The abandoned kind? It used no problem. Of course.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
Really? None.
Мне дали перчатки. У меня есть пакет, и я могу в пакет набрать мусорки всякой.
The trash containers stand. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. There's nothing more of interest in this sludge. Not much to see here anymore. Just the burnt. There's nothing more of interest in this sludge of peels and meat. Not much to see here anymore. The container sounds a muffled gong. There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell.
Так, ладно.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance. This could be a way into the apartment building. The door rattles against your knuckle. The door rattles.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No. I already told. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door. With the smoker. You already were there. Didn't work.
Good. We had enough problems with bums and drunks and thieves loitering in the hallway.
Madame, I assure you,
There is no reply. Just faint, sweeping sounds inside. You're well versed in the kind of threatening legalese that implies criminal liability, but in fact has no meaning whatsoever.
I know my rights, and don't you marm me, boy.
Miss, would it help if we offer to show you our badges?
Hold your horses. I don't care about your stinking badge. Just come in.
Ага, я зашел к бабке-то.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
This woman's health is failing her. There's not much to do. Not in this damp.
I already told you I don't care about any badges. I'm fine. Fine. Now, what do you want from...
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry. Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martinez is a name for anyone who comes from Martinez. Like...
Oops. You really didn't...
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
I'm no one. Just an old... if you could call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the... It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company.
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down hard on the cold room door outside. Splashes of waves make the balcony slip.
Yes, I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying.
What's he in trouble for?
А что он натворил? Ничего, я просто хочу с ним поговорить. Вы знаете, где он живет?
Talk? He lives upstairs in room 28.
Он живет в 28-й. Идите на балкон, дверь выходит туда.
He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Квартира номер 8. Девять.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The walking stops abruptly, but you can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant?
Let's go. We don't have a reason.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number, it's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. No reply.
Сейчас я возьму инструмент. Болторез у меня есть.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number. The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a...
After you, detective.
Какой-то националист там живет. Так, что-то я нашел.
That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers, the iconography of communism. In other words, the star and antlers was developed in the 6th
В
decade
50-х годах прошлого века во время революции ее стали использовать коммуналом Азовом. Даже сейчас, полвека спустя, звезды ресторанно
retains the ability to symbolize the toppling of the old. Also, some social democrats were already using it. The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society because white is the color of peace. Nothing at all yet. Right now, it's just...
Так, хорошо. Ой, не-не-не. Как я так про ботинки кроссовки? Так, что-то... Я что-то взял. О, есть, нашел.
Well, hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of alcohol. Light reflects off the green glass of the Commodore Red. The gods have been generous. Wow. The gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open. A child could have done it. There's a satisfying pop as the cork jumps out, and the hair on your back rises like an army at attention. You've been here before. Welcome back, detective. Nothing. Some mental stuff. A golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess. So does your mind. All the back.
In the bottom right corner of the screen,
В правом нижнем углу экрана есть кнопка «Алкоголь». Алкоголь дает +1 к навыкам ветки. Физиология, грубой силы, сумрак, электростойкости, боевому порогу, трепету.
This is good before rolling a white check, but damages your...
From the void we came, and to the void we...
Хорошо. Короче, я бухнул. Это балкон. А здесь что? А тут что? Деньги.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Number 28. This is where the cleaning ladies...
Let's see if anyone's...
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big... Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
А я не могу туда пройти, да? А, теперь я могу заходить. Хорошо. Буги-стрит.
A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles on the... A former architect stands before a slice of window. A room plan in her hand is red from the cold. She's breathing on her is red from the cold. Faint pencil lines on paper depict the same. It's clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the walls. A standard. What happened here? It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here. Indeed.
Вот здесь сюда можно зайти.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. Ask away, pigman.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for... Have you ever tried your hand at graffiti? We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union... Have you ever tried your hand... We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cabs. This place is severely lacking in havoc. I thought I'd mix it up. Yeah?
Let's be realistic. What are you going to do? Throw her off the balcony?
You heard your partner, pig.
I don't condone the idea of using physical force on her. She's a girl.
I ain't no snitch, Pigstein.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant.
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms. Hatred, disgust, it's difficult to tell which of the two. The woman on the boat does not notice.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on.
Probably the Wild Pines rep.
Скорее всего, представительница Wild Pines.
She's a professional negotiator.
Нужно с ней
I
поговорить.
have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing.
Есть ощущение, что она окажется очень разговорчивой.
You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good.
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank, or what? You'll push me off this ledge and pry the bucket from my dead hands? Watch your back.
Короче, бесполезно с ней, блядь, разговаривать. Какая-то дебильная, блядь. А, мы обратно вернулась. Не. Тут что? Ну хорошо. Я веду расследование убийства. Не. Да.
The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest ache. Your breath, you peer into the faded marks in the stone. They peer back like a... Your chest feels tight looking at them. It's closing in, caving in, ever tighter. Your breathing grows even heavier.
You okay there? Might be the after effects of your past escapades. What are you looking at? Bullet holes generally look the same, so probably. But you're right. More old bullet holes from the Revolution. Plenty.
The streets ran red with blood. Dust swirled above. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling.
А, кстати, она что-то мне может рассказать.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. Dayton, my maiden name. I meant you, the Revachol Citizens Militia, the police. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded. I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel. There is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can...
It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation. And the full why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? I mean, we are on Le Caillou, are we not? We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou.
Ёб твою мать, да, мы в Ревашоле, а город Ревашоле расположен на острове.
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up...
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial hub.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands. The boat? No. It is called Cor de Leyte 19, because that's the type of sloop. It's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. My sloop? I like it a lot.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Officer, I assure you I'm a...
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat. Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming. Where's the damn license?
Why wouldn't it be? This is Revachol, Wayfair Act and all. Anyone can drive a boat. Good. What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking. The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet.
$1 billion?
Yes, past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary, but they are quite real for the 72,000. A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? They started as an exploration and cargo. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign...
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now. Yes, I believe there is a connection, but that's a subject for later. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first...
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things...
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Extremely. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say? Every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board. Fortunately, they explained it. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position. A hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again.
Не знаю, сначала я само собой предположил, что это было лишь приглашением. Что у нас снег идет? О, засыпает снегом. Та-та-та, засыпает снегом. Не знаю, сначала я само собой предположил, что это было лишь приглашение переговором, демонстрация уже позиции, однако.
People are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the word...
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, call me mañana.
This checks out.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock come to plead for work where the Union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
If these strikebreakers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can, of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen. And I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone, yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled. The Debardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to organize labor at its best, as they say.
A mob. The Debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is... Of course, officer. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore.
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman. In private correspondence, downright haunting, if you ask me. The point of the presentation is...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 50, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he does...
How curious. Why is that, detective? I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
Возможно, я проснулся после ночи обильных возлияний и не смог вообще ничего вспомнить и про свой мир. Насколько я знаю, я мог его съесть, я ничего не помню. Да.
I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please. Oh dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I do believe you, naive as that may sound.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the art.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. Feelings will guide the way.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
Officer. You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superior. The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbor. It's an open secret in Martinez. Or you can find your badge, which honestly...
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? This reality. Ah, yes.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, we're in.
Если я знаю, что все варианты выглядят привлекательно, но наличие с первого хорошо. Но...
We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is a district of
Ревашоль, она
a very small district
очень
tucked
маленький
away
район,
near the industrial harbour. North, you would be excused for not knowing
То,
about
что
it.
вы о нем ничего не знаете, вовсе не делает. Никому не нужно знать, даже сказать не
during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it's not really a sea.
На самом деле это не море, это залив Ревашоля.
And the bay, yes. We're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Мы на острове в океане.
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of...
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her.
Revachol? Revachol is what you call the great kind. History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Il-Marat, depending on your creed. In the DeLorean century, 380 years ago. They say it's where the terrible questions, by that I mean conflicts. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island, able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian mission command.
Примерно в 22 километрах от центра мира, вон в том. Похоже, у меня паяльник здания располагается.
Silence. She lowers the water, the light. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
Дереализация.
This is one thought you need to complete.
Was there something else you wanted to know?
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Monsieur will be here later too.
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
Of course not. You are already diligent for getting this far, and diligent boys remember where they left off.
Indeed. I'm always at your service. We're in Martinez, baby. A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
Martinez is a dish. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. I would be happy to. What is a preposterously expensive education for, if not... These are unimportant times,
Не проходи
detective.
ничего важного, детектив. Она прижимает
You
портфель
and I
к
were
глазу.
born after the dust had settled. A thousandth of a second too late. For the big time.
The smile of a predator. No doubt what she's got in mind.
All men are predators, dear. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next. Who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, detective, or the remaining gentry, the beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. They didn't win so much as...
She's one of them, of course.
Они не чтобы выиграли, просто выжили. Когда война окончилась, не осталось никого, кроме нас и все остальные.
To foreign intervention, the coalition, those people really took the mineral rights.
Иностранным интервентом.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and the moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. At least not in the same...
The rulers of Revachol, and also the world.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist. A devout man of the center. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your line of work, I mean. Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But, oh, and the anarchists too. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million. Yes, the Red Deluge.
Elysium.
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Yes, King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. What is the expression? Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time. The turn of the century revolution? The revolution began in 02 on the Isla of God. By the end, nearly the whole world. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. It made people overthrow their governments. Indeed, Zarat is a highly infected from Revachol and Grad. Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control. A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the city. The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication, telematic milieus, radiation, colored
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improved. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled. Welcome to reality, baby.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not. Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company. Good question. What would you have done differently?
A cold creeps up your spine, reaching its tendrils up your neck.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with the technology 50 years ago?
The wind stops, and for a moment, there's silence.
There is peace in...
Good hygiene. Really. A very moderate solution. When they failed to step up, Marzov and his party stepped in. In this...
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old.
Understandable. They are what... Anyway.
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. I am an ultra.
It's sharp.
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind. Yes. I am the nether creature of the forbidden swamp. I pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation. I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a centrist at heart. A real moralist, no? Tell me, now that I've uncoiled.
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
That's a pity. I hope we can remain collegial despite it. Remember, we were partners. Whether you liked... When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker.
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east, light drizzle washing it clean, light...
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. Then for my daughters, we had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned, perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be...
You're no dummy yourself.
A smart boy getting smarter, one basic term of reality at a time. Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
She nods slowly.
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ink... Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Of course. Ask me anything. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? Of course, detective.
Так, хорошо.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and, you know, not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands. No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done and demand for her information on the lynching. Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8x6.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the...
You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months.
Потом. Хорошо. Детектив-алкаш.
Hello again, sweetie.
The worker is in a deep slump. A colorful piece of plastic is dangling from his carabiner. Makes your... It's a dock worker's ID, doubling as a shift card and a job permit. A young, able-bodied man stares back at you from the photo. Santiago S. John. Your fingers find their way into the shackle, flicking open its spring-loaded gate. The metal loop holds the plastic ID, and a leather belt. The man emits a loud snore. Is he about to wake up? Doesn't look like it, but you never know. Better be quick. You slip the plastic ID card out of the loop and pocket it. The man continues to snore. You find a black paper note with a woman's profile on it. Seems like this woman lived centuries ago. The note says, 5 real. Yum yum. Money. Think of all the things you can buy with this. The synapses in your brain fire with glee. No, he's looking the other way. The sleeping dock worker.
Ебать, я обворовал человека.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken window. Yes.
The door is closed.
Yes?
Hello again, sweetie. Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your...
You've got guns of steel and a chiseled jaw, somewhere under the bloated alcohol layer. Maybe she'd like to sponsor you.
Oh, I'm sure you would make a wonderful gigolo, dear, with those strong arms of yours, but...
She's not really lusting after those biceps, man. It's more like an appraisal you give to a healthy specimen.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry. I don't have money for you. If there's anything else...
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something.
What's that magazine she's reading?
I don't know. Frit? A 7 to 11 grocery store. I think they think that the extra tea makes it funkier. It doesn't. You mean this? This is Pop Stars.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish. No.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting. A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
She scrunches up her face into an expression of
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay? I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know, really long. I don't...
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to...
Okay. Uh-huh.
Подсобка есть какая-то.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you! Honest men and women with rights. We came here to help the harbor.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your lead?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market. The rules...
Маленький человек становится все меньше и меньше, и ты поднимаешься над его кукольным миром. Ты видишь его в снегу, на улице, в магазинчике, на углу, и в конце он видит у окна большие цветы, чувствуешь его запах, современная смерть, развод или что-то подобное, все, что стоит.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to all. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It, yes,
It means alcohol.
Correct. My small skull, sir. Al-Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison. A parasitic fungus that has colonized your race. It is a trick the desert pygmies played on you. Your life and the life of your race revolve around Al-Ghul. It has everything to do with why you're here. No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the jerking motions, signs of a late-stage neurodegenerative disorder. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has... You gave the world eugenics, electricité. You dominated. You will be superseded.
It is, baby, yeah.
There is a button right behind him. just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
It is my task to keep the degenerate drunks from entering the harbor. That is right. You should leave the stage of history. Bring your troops to the walls will be...
This is your chance. He's talking. Rip into him with a punch and catch him off guard. No, don't rip into anyone. You're sensitive. Remember? Communicate. The man looks at you, silent and unmoving.
You are not Santiago. Santiago is not you. Even the phrenically impaired can see this.
He does not so much as glance at the object.
Stop showing me your pathetic...
Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts monks into trash?
Oh, don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that. Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront international capital. Something your race, naivistic communists, never did. Of course you are, Revacholian man. Above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Tell me, where have you gotten your love of pathetic communism from? Degenerate youth culture? Stop explaining yourself. No one cares about your beliefs. The conversation has moved on. Of course, I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many. The South Island race, haplogroup A4A. We are the future. That I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Elysium are... No. I have heard about it on the radio. I'm from Couronne. And no, it is not just in Revachol. The city is... You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with. And never getting into...
I think this racist is better than the last. But the next racist will be the really good one. There always is.
Race is reality.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
There are 3 categories of race.
Героические расы, сервибильные расы,
the servile races, and the vile CF race. Those are the
семеницы, ареопагиты.
And the occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where a receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades. In Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, you know them by the names of their nation states. The Oranese, The Mound are proof that you can have too much. The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina. The other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow. Overproduction of Sibo, as proven by the Mound and the Mesk. Occidental type A is in retrograde. The Seminese and the Areopagite, the indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago. The Seminese inhabit the southern islands. The Areopagites are the master race of the Ilmaran deserts. The Seminese are descendants of the Areopagites. The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Seminese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former isn't, the latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Semino-Areopagite, or Type B are the unheroic races. To an untrained eye, the Khoikhoi appear white and pinkish. Like pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries. The Khoikhoi, the countless micronationalities, the Revacholians, halfway between Type A and the racial Coldron.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad, in Zaraz ridden potato carts. It is literally an illness. A prion disease that the revolution is fatal familial insomnia. A hereditary prion condition enough of type mediocrity. Tips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture
Mosquito — это
of
нелепая
woman
помесь мескитской
and
женщины.
the mosquito is born
Парни,
steady,
каким
like a
ужас.
dog.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
Then there is the Semino Koiki Chimera.
Семеногойские
Are you sure
химеры.
you wish to know of the Semino Koiki Chimera? It is not an aesthetic site. The Khoikhoi, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich man. Raziel, this will but enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves with the deformities of you understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it. You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vacholian. Your love for disco music is a real disease. Racists are generally not very good I am not like them. I am cranial.
True, that is a noble cranium, but you got a hard noggin yourself.
Correct. There is nothing funky about them. I cannot possibly imagine what else.
Да, там что-то какой-то тупой движ, блядь.
A rusting control panel with loose wires dangling out from the hole where an indicator light used to. This panel usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
В среду. Значит, табличка не от меня зависит.
Yes?
The warning.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Мне до хера надо что сделать, ну... Человек с Хинделя.
You see a heavy steel door with a prompt. The door does not budge. The cobalt blue surface feels old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers. 40, 50 years since this was painted, maybe. The door does not.
Книжку я не купил, надо было купить книжку, но мне денег не было.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
Yes?
The door is closed.
Yes?
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. In the background, no response wherever. A lorry stuck in the windows are clear. They've been. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox. As you tap...
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know there are...
A metallic drawer slides out from the pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a sec. Sylvie, yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, detective? Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law. Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours?
Форму почитал.
Yes, you absolutely should. It's awful that you lost it.
Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on. The disco things. No, absolutely not.
That came so fast, you can't but wonder what else she would be good at. Baseball, ring-a-bell quiz shows, catching keys in the air, petting an angry cat.
You mean, why did I leave the bar?
Why not?
Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now. Please, no. Not this again. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and...
Sounds like it's going to be bad. Do you really want to know?
You were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide.
People tried to back away from you, or even slip out of the door. But you screamed, "I am the goddamned law, and you have to listen to me. You are all suspects in a murder investigation."
Me neither. No, please, no more suicide. Thank God you don't have that stupid gun anymore. No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks cannot lie and guns can't buy money, but it almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask.
You hear the call.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. Okay, 10.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through. Be smart about this. Ask if he's there alone.
10-4, sir, I'm not hearing your question. Ten-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over.
What? What is it? What can he possibly...
He seems intoxicated and keeps asking me to call him.
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That's new. Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics. What?
What? He wants to verify his information.
But of course, it says Dick Mullen, High General of the Revacholian Cavalry Force.
Tell him to stop wasting time.
What do you need, sir? Over. That's a negative, sir. I got a 10-12 here. Over. 10-4. You are...
Hold up, Jules. He doesn't fucking know where he lives?
Seems like it.
No. Fuck him.
Don't... Sorry, sir. Anything more? 10. Excuse me. No, sir, I haven't. You're not really keen on mentioning your home life, so I've always assumed things... 10-4, well...
Does he actually want something, or is he hell-bent on disrupting our work?
He asked if he ever told me about it.
For God's sake, cut this shit out! Tell him to stop wasting time.
Sir, Satellite Officer Vicmar says... So, was there anything else? Understood, sir. Over. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
Бомжатской шапки белой.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. You should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the streets. We'll figure something out.
А, он нам ключ забрал. Он не хочет, чтобы я ложился спать.
The door, this door, still, the lieutenant gives. You should punch a fucking hole in it. You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not, not to mention.
Stop that.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes. Yes. Have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also...
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure? Regular people. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. The silver...
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners. The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stick. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big, just make sure it works before you buy it.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here? The pawn shop is always open.
Nope, still no.
Да заебал.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the...
Yes, these are very, very good.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course, I meant no offense.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the big men on big horses, clad in
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles.
This is what the loyalists look like, yes.
Which ones? Ah, royalist soldiers from the time of the Revolution. The uniforms are painted a bit too brightly, I suppose.
Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing future...
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider. The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend. About a man who rides 50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations. Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look...
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. Okay. I don't like either set too much, to be honest.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Well? Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue, I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Yes? Yes? What do you want to know? You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again? 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the whirling rags. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of... They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers union is the de facto police in Martinez. That's right. No, it's not a particularly mysterious case.
The lieutenant adjusts his collar. It doesn't look like he wants the case to be more mysterious.
Good.
No response. He just arches his brow. A moment passes. The lieutenant...
What about me? What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. What? Think? I do most of...
The lieutenant produces his small... You're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You don't need office supplies to connect to your nervous system. You're special.
Сверхсознанный и психоделитичный.
That's correct.
That makes him a Beano.
Вообще не для работы.
Completely uncopped material, if you say so yourself.
I can assure you, detective, that I've passed all the required physical exams with...
You may not remember taking any little tests. The thing is, the RCM employs relatively few oxen. It's clear that what the lieutenant may lack in musculature...
Just because your precinct has a reputation for cracking skulls doesn't mean that's the only way to solve a case. Was there anything else? Good. Let's change the subject.
This is the door to the room you redecorate.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation.
Ты заебал, блядь, я ж только что с тобой там встречался.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum.
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM. I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a...
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going over my notes. You mean this? This isn't cool. It's,
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easy to simply quit.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day. Well, we didn't even look at the body. And there's still much to do at the crime scene too. We didn't search it thoroughly enough. It's not my job to evaluate your methodology. We weren't able to find the union leader. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dead. Above all, though, today was exhausting.
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them. The coalition government and the moral int. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to, or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it. The Moralists International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. Okay. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world. What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just an interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline.
Something almost self-explanatory. Something even a little feminine, but in a strict manner.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of...
For you, she is something painful, though it's hard to say why.
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen. Do you? No. We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting the people of Revachol. That's the hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would be common vigilantes. Then you will adore Martinez. For many of these people, the Union especially, vigilantes is precisely what we are. Personally, I don't enjoy it much.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses. The red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like pearls on a string from east to west as Revachol commutes back. The dying lights of the city shimmer below.
They really don't like us here. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen bitch. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes. Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Бесполезно пиздеж. Каких-то муралистов придумали, хуеристов. Давай.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep. And then sleep doesn't come. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm. Breathing is a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still something to do with. What was it that the lieutenant said? Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry? Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me. Oh no, Funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. You failed Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the Useless. On the surface, you really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single... No, you haven't. You're just sleep-talking. And the act is wearing... You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Stinky boy. You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who you're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jump.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So time to go to work in the shit factory.
Комна труба зовет. Стойкость надо мне было, стойкость. Стойкость.
Good going, buddy. Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that all the time. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. It's power, man. It's professionalism. It makes you feel like you're young again and ready to detect. Ready to go to war against the world. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired. Fast recovery, man. Quick turnaround. Super detective back in action. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber. The door is closed.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them. One loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem to replace it. A lot of things point to the dock workers' union. The circumstances in Martinez, that's not a lot of things. We should have dug up more yesterday. Still, we need to talk to them, and it won't be easy. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible. That would just escalate tensions. In fact, even the death of 2...
He's not exaggerating about that mortal danger. Just calmly factoring it in. Your fists clench and your pulse rises uncomfortably.
One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Yeah, street, but aren't you curious to know what...
They're in no hurry to leave. This...
Так, книжка. Человек из Хеминдаля. Эту книжку. Да, скоро пойду спать. Да, надо. Согласен. Расследование веду. Надо же узнать про труп.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
Цель этой книги, как и другие требуют эпохи, перестать медицинской.
Various paranatural books still litter the shelf.
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door.
Ну да, оно такое интересное. Там долго в нее надо играть, часов 60 я почитал.
I wasn't kidding when I said we're parapsychologically done. You clearly don't care about the consequences. What gives you the right? Don't expect my help from now on. The back door is locked and I threw away the key. I won't trifle with such forces. Do look at the books, though. The books compel you. You may be able to make up for this by buying a lot of books. I hope you're a voracious reader. Then why are you talking to me? Everything is on the shelves to browse. Don't you feel compelled to buy anything? See, everything is on the shelves. Take a look.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Где эта книга? Тут была.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring rows and rows of Heimdall men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Heimdall and the Mammoth Riders, maybe 100. Man from here. Those snow crabs are worse than they sound. Not even close. Man from Heimdall in hell. Man from Heimdall and the forest of slaves. Man from Heimdall under the lake. Man from Heimdall, Heimdall burning. There's even the trial of death, a pastoral combat game.
Oh, Man from Heimdall. Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narrative. What does it matter? They're all the same. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Heimdallaman, the Man from Heimdall. It's
Её надо
supposed to be a
купить.
good introduction to the series.
A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular Man from Heimdall in chain. Between the throne and the Heimdallaman lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Heimdall novels.
Книжку «Человек из Хеминдаля». Вот это «Человек из Хеминдаля». Где вы лица? Вот это купить надо.
Oh yes, certainly. Another good sale.
И малому надо ее отдать. Этому ненормальному.
Have you come to make your offering to Kuno?
тебе самому, наверное, эта тупость покажется, но может кто-то...
Kuno doesn't fucking read. Fucking book shit. Fucks with your mind. Kuno knows this four-eyed fuck. Totally hooked on the book. Can't get enough of this shit. Fucking sad, really. Kuno could make mad money.
Who are you talking about, Kuno?
A guy Kuno knows. Martin. From out of town. From Grad or some shit. Fine. Kuno's gonna take it off your fat ass. At least he's gonna make some paper off this shit. Now what you want? Fucking right, pig. Kuno's filling bathtubs with that shit. Kuno's a kingpin. Fuck no, pig. Kuno ain't dealing to the popo. Not do.
He's not worried about prison. He just wants to antagonize you. He's got to at least know a source. Look at him. You need to figure this out. You need to befriend him first.
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it? Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno. Listen, listen. Kuno doesn't care about this small-time shit. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real. Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around, except for that up there. Now, you want performance gear or not, Grandpa?
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression couldn't say, "I told you so," any louder.
Pig, these are found modulars. Liquid fit, performance crotch, urban survival shit. Made in Mirova by Believe it, you need this shit.
These could drastically improve your chances of survival in the urban wilderness. Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They are tartan ready.
All right, Pickle. Shit's rolling.
Don't do business with the pig, Kuno. He's gonna steal all your money, Kuno.
As you can see, Kuno and C don't trust you. Can't do business without trust.
There's more to his distrust than being a pig. He feels threatened by something obscure in you. What that is, however,
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again? Yeah, back out of this shit with Kuno.
Back out and take your fat ass with you.
That's just some shit roofing gimps left behind.
Was there something here you were supposed to pick up on? As soon as it crosses your mind, the thought is gone.
Look at that fucking shit! You're trying to get Kuno killed! Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
The lieutenant takes a quick note in his...
It's a trap, Kuno! Don't climb it, Kuno!
Dunno. Kiptas gardener used to work there. Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
Спасибо.
Yeah, her. What was she doing in the greenhouse in March anyway? What kind of gardening is done in March? Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't like things being like that. Suspicious.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. The fuck about it? Kuno's fuck gimp. Kuno uses the fuck gimp for target practice.
He could have just said he doesn't know.
Kuno knows shit. Kuno's not a snitch. That's all. Trying to make Kuno sing into the popo phone. Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down... You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. I don't know. Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was... Yeah. Kuno didn't smoke him if...
Thanks, Kuno. That's one name you can now cross off the list.
You're testing Kuno's patience. Get
lost.
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't...
Kuno долбоёб.
There he still is, looking right through you.
Блядь.
With his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now. The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you...
То ли срал, то ли рыгал.
You feel a great force ringing from your stomach, your body, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet, and your throat stinks.
Keep it. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. There is Fritz nearby, east of the hostel. They usually have a small... There's a greenhouse here. And...
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Active decay.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
Kuno. Вторник, понедельник. Так, что, судя по всему, между участниками съемки масла какое-то подмерение. Я не закончил первичный осмотр тела еще. О, блядь. Смотрите тело жертвы. Не могу осмотреть. Найдите сигареты. Не могу сигарет найти. Кто позволил участвовать? Не знаю, кто позвонил. Кто зажег жду мусора. Кто сложил одежду мусора? Не знаю. Найти свое удовлетворение. Не могу найти. Проебал пистолет. Исследуйте потайные коридоры. Пульнем курильщик на балконе. Закройте шлюз в среду. Курильщик, закройте шлюз. А номер. Жесть.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material. Eat.
Так, ладно, там же... Твой единственный подписчик. Привет. Единственный подписчик.
Over here.
Так, и что, и что? Диско Elysium. Диско Elysium — игра про этого детектива-алкаша. Короче, я так напился, что вообще не понимаю, где я нахожусь. Такой выдуманный город Реваншель. Короче, что я так напился, что я не помню, в каком городе нахожусь. Кто я, потерял пистолет, все потерял, и начинается, ну, короче, надо искать все заново.
In the morning light, the white on blue police livery on the motor carriage cannot but catch your eye. Do something important?
Ну, по игре, что он просыпается после Будуна и ничего не помнит.
Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. Even at a standstill, the unibody Caprice Kanema, someone has waxed it recently.
Кто-то недавно ее хорошенько натер.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look? 130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
Believe me, it's plenty enough. Kinema feels right at home on the raised motor track. Yes.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down.
Sorry, I'm not following.
Lingo it up.
Well, maybe...
Что попало, короче. Так, мне... спросить садовницу. А где садовница? Сидела садовница здесь, блядь, уже ее нету. Так. В коридоре не могу. Курильщик на балконе. Закройте шлюз. Самосудие. А какой день? Второй. Среда.
A rusting control. This panel usually closes the water lock. You pull the... Nothing happens. Nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
A spring brings... Wasn't there a sign over there saying...
Так, значит, не среда. Садовницу я потерял. А где садовница? Хер его знаю. Где-то садовница. Какой-то тип сидит. А, этот барыга. Приложение. Я могу купить спирт.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know.
She looks up.
Yes, what we have is there, in the medicine cabinet. Go take a look yourself.
You see several packaged raincoats. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No.
Подожди, Вик, мне спирт надо.
A small cabinet on the wall is.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
Нашатырный спирт.
Okay, don't, like, overdo it or something.
А сколько у меня денег? Хер его знает. Тут 11. Спиды надо. Мне надо спиды. Ладно. Нахуй мне это, блядь, бобина? Спиды.
Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah, like a fucking volcano. Yeah.
You're lucky you didn't die there.
Совет ведь на самом деле боже.
Yeah. Kuno's got some advice for you.
Глядя налево, потом направо, потом прямо.
What are you? Like 80, right? Maybe you should stop embarrassing yourself in front of a fucking kid.
А как мне его, блядь, купить, эти треники? Низкий шанс.
Kuno doesn't...
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Stay away from me, pig. You don't want to...
Куна, как у него купить треники? Этой нет. Спиды я не знаю, где взять. Это не могу смотреть. Не могу, найдите сигареты. Сигареты где, блядь, найти? Где тут шар взять найти металлический? Ну, у меня 11 мне это денег даже.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw
ingredients for
meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes. After they clear the terminal...
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, man. Do you mean to say the Union also...
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company, yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them, I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the thousands of...
A cold breath rushes in from the bay, making its way down the alleyways and potholed streets.
A lot of it. It comes in from large Samaran factories in Sab...
Well, at least this solved...
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wonder since I first drove...
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi. We did. On more than one occasion.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union.
Well, here's your chance, officers. Yes? Excellent. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know.
Куно. Добавилось еще одно задание.
Welcome.
Do continue, sir.
Come on, man. The hooler.
I know exactly what you... But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM.
Silence. The air between them. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
You two make a cute couple. You know that?
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Whatever you say, officers. Oh man, that's goddamn. Thanks for that, but no.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
No.
He's got a smoke right there, in his fucking hand. Snatch that shit out of his fat fingers. You need it after listening to his garbage.
It's my last one. Sorry, all done. I bet. Sorry I couldn't be of any help. Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation. Apples? Fine.
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races. Not the most popular...
Change the topic.
Сменить тему.
The way he says it makes it almost sound like a threat.
Suit yourself, officer. Hide your face.
Короче, меня заколебал.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
The man looks at the colorful piece of plastic, then at you.
But that's not you, officer. From back when you were not a cop, but a heavy-set, dark-skinned dock worker named Santiago John?
Чернокожий. Да, так, если подумать, то выглядит это не особенно.
Highly unlikely.
Это вряд ли. Я знаю Джона уже несколько лет к нему.
Also, you told me you're a cop, remember? How did you get his shift card? Oh, John's been out drinking himself blind again?
No, it will prove useful still. Believe your thieving fingers.
Oh, is my friend in some sort of trouble? Who knew? Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there. The swallow
О,
returns.
монетка ложится тебе в руку, словно ей там место.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. Things are, you know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and all. Still better than scabbing though. Nothing to worry about really. The jam's a bit of a mess, cargo can't get in or out. The rationing is a bit strict. Aye, you lost me there, Honcho. But it's okay as long as you're not a sorry-ass scab.
Громила, блядь, стоит.
The unpromising race pupil returns. I am not the first line. The hardy manlet. Now leave me be. I must luxuriate.
Понятно, я здесь не пройду. Только этот чел разговаривает со мной.
Looking for something? Drugs? They're shit, man. You know where that shit comes from? They know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage. Racial economic sabotage. Not in, not out.
So you're telling us that you don't know anything about...
I don't know shit. And if I did, what do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty, is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? His tribe are natural liars.
I wouldn't be so sure about it.
Guess so.
Этот, блядь, индус, который мне хотел продать очки, он, блядь, наркоторговец. Барыга он вот этот, блядь, вот этот индус, блядь.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin life. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs. That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale, or at my home, or on my person. That's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But, I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder, and he's an asshole.
Realizing he can't get out of it, Smart man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. No! That's insane! Nothing! I told you!
And what crowd is that?
Crowd! You know?
There's more here. He's afraid of this crowd, whoever they are, more than he is of the racist lorry man.
No use. He's not telling us.
Okay, look. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I spent...
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady. I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you. All of them. I don't know.
Who exactly is talking about?
All of them. Even the ones who... All right. I scored. Let's cap this off. Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the... Very cool. I like your style.
Бля, что, сумасшедшая-то возит наркоту? Может, этот барыга возит?
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind? Huh? The bosses, man. Makes sense. It sucks is what it does. I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping she'd catch a break. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some mastermind evildoer. And I don't know where she is. A friend? An acquaintance? I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. A youngish woman. Gruff, but...
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Died. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
Then she may have dyed it again.
Thank God I don't know.
Again. Not a lie as far as you can tell.
Damn, I don't want to...
We can't just let it go. It's part...
That's how it always is with you, isn't it?
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on the...
I don't believe you. She's got the darkness in her. That...
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked.
Did this violent life include drug?
Well, it looks like it did now, but we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay?
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. The grey-haired woman. Maybe she knows something. Now is not the time to focus on feelings. You need that info, sir.
You're not gonna put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Because she's on the edge, man.
I wouldn't be so sure, Tommy.
I thought you were a different kind of cop. Here.
The keys to a motor lorry. Pretty complex. Looks...
The lorry's still here. Down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday. She left them to me.
The other drivers would have to...
If they break in, they would find what's hidden inside. Something incriminating.
Nah. I need to think my own thoughts.
Jamais vu. Derealization.
Дереализация.
Jamais vu. The
Противоположность
opposite.
дежавю.
Not already seen,
Не уже
but
виденное, а
never
иногда
seen.
невидимое. Все, что
Everything
должно
that
быть
should be
знакомым,
familiar
кажется.
appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood.
Какой-то здесь есть грузовик. Это он?
This green found, A to Z, contemporary, is parked in the...
This is the one our man pointed to.
You push the key into the lock. The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio track. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper. It's an issue of Périphérique. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast. These formulas look oddly painful.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, U...
It's an issue. It looks like an art. These formulas...
The Ulan frequency system...
The pull-out toolkit slides back into its net. These are movie posters featuring starlets. One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold of an ingenue. The actress is draped in a sheath dress. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put your finger on whom exactly. The actresses and the rear actor. All looks like the frequency dial is
strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least. For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool.
A 20-kilometer radius at least. Perhaps extended by an attachable antenna.
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without the dial key.
The smell of 1,000 cigarettes, some dead actresses, and you wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around it, but one odd detail does. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. There's a radio transmitter. You close the rusty old lock.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? All right, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio particularly the sheer number of...
This means it's well funded.
I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance.
Listening in on your calls between you and your station? A worry.
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant.
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
Yes, well... we didn't find anything conclusive. My suggestion is...
In short, this is a future angle. Possibly a good one.
we should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation. The fact that one hasn't started already... All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. Debrief over. After you.
The woman still has her eye.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you? Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. Back in Mecca, during the time of the revolution, until you came along, that is. Someone was. Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole. Diamonds. Of course not. But wouldn't it be whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine? I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Oh, it's so much more than a high where I go, Harife. It's low.
Yeah, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible kick in the dark. A sleep kick. Perhaps.
Then it's contraband, Loman. What? Do you want to...
Bad hand. Hermenegildos' bad hand. Strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
What do I need drugs for, Loman? What I see? What I feel? Yes. There is a protagonista.
Those epithets are familiar somehow. I don't like the sound of any of that. Sounds like a horrible drug. The worst one of...
If you don't know... Why would I want to do that? Loman, what in the name of God are you talking about? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad. And the U-418. No, Loman, Taimo.
Damn this. Make her answer.
I would never make fun of a real...
Ma'am, you're not responsible.
Lay off her.
Where do you want me to go? Or I can just relax and let my mind...
I think we're done here, no? She's just a...
So he doesn't think she's the smart...
You hear that, Loman? I don't think your partner likes...
Nothing. I just don't...
He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in something here. Something unconnected.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best Lomonosov's land.
A terrible cold comes over her.
The Transcatula Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas do Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds fly. You go right ahead, Loman. Is that all you woke me up to say? Yes, go.
Короче, она ничего не скажет.
You're back. Good. Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered? Yes.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to
Of course, detectives. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth.
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a...
Since you are sharing that...
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be. I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. Absolutely not. These mercenaries are
Who are they, exactly?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadic. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic...
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenel... It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military...
What is the nature of this,
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militant.
It'll be all of them. The decision is already made.
Surely you're joking. These people are killers. My only hope is that yours provide... If you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone...
The debardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? These men work in tandem, as I said.
Maybe a good bloodletting is just what Martinez needs.
Clean. Yes. Nothing will grow here for 20 years. Crenel will send in gunships and the coalition government will follow. It doesn't have to be like this. Nameless. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation. Not much. They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman Lorenz, Eendracht.
Meaning they're used to operating.
Yes. Or, sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest. If you still have access to the ICP's database...
Do you know a lot about the inner work?
In my line of work, it pays to do your I have. And they will. However, these orders... Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it. That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knit.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with...
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was... Either way, That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's... If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman. Phyllis de Paul.
What would you say was his eye color? The deceased's?
She closes her eyes.
I can't remember.
The lieutenant was testing her, asking a small detail first to see if she knew him better.
That's all right, ma'am.
He was 40. Or 50.
What else? Nationality?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. They've gone to ground, as it were. They don't have the same respect.
You should show those meatheads exactly how savage you really are.
Did you miss the part about ceramic armor and automatic weapon?
That is a bad idea. One I won't be a party to.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a shortwave at the ship's wheel. That may be so.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe...
Of course it bothers me.
Your concern may be appearances.
I hope I can answer it better. Until the executions start.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. It's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else...
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eye. You crack open the ammonia ampoule and breathe in. The odor of death is still stronger. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. Your muscles tense up. The vision in your dead angle darkens. You feel the...
They do after 7 days, yes.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants. and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark, delicate, and fragile. They feel alien to the world around you. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots. Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where, under the hill. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might...
If you wear those pieces, it will help me protect your mortal coil.
No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirt with...
Nice. That makes sense.
A good point. He could have been intoxicated, or something we cannot quite imagine. I shouldn't have assumed so much just from the clothes.
A small bell-like sound fills the air. Like suddenly your biceps coil up. Your elbow is sharp and cocked for a punch. Your fist connects to the boot with the same ding. The sound...
Did you hear that? A click? This is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads the incoming energy horizontally, from plate to plate. When the plates connect, there's a click.
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether.
It is. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for a full set, about 4... By catching, do you mean? Of course. He worked for Cornell, like Joyce told us. This is military equipment, provided by a wealthy security contractor.
The stench fills your nostrils.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
You're about to pull his head off.
Do it, homo!
Pull his head off. There's no point performing an autopsy if you do. We'll have compromised the coroner's case. What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? Try what, exactly? I don't think we should do anything just for the hell of it. There's no way you're getting them off.
There might still be a way to peel them off, but first the body needs to be down. And second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant wasn't around. The anticipation makes you crack your fingers. Feels nice. Nice and cracky.
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing. But we must...
The cadaver slowly twists on the... The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard...
Industrial strength. The kind used for tying cargo. Yes, it looks like they use whatever was on hand, paying no attention to not incriminating themselves. Yes, the debrief we got from the Wild Pines representative appears to be solid too. It's not merely polyester. it's still reinforced. This makes getting him down much more problematic than I had assumed. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the side.
A map of the stars.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates, and you feel as though you were only half right.
So am I.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck?
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. It contains insight to the victim's person. This was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter to us. Now, if you could find someone to decipher it. Here, a souvenir. Don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute, his eyes are milky white, dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic process.
I'm gone. I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing funny about a killer.
Takes one to know one.
Go ahead, Copper. What do you mean? It's the imagination. Go ahead. Into the what? In the past. Way out in the west. Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions? Coming right up, copperoonie, Rooney. This is getting upbeat. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. Between you and me, your name is probably Harry. You can be anything you want, brother Coppo. Love did me in, brother Coppo. It was love all along. Because you have. Sure, Lobo. I can ask, looking at my face, motionless, looking into my eyes, standing here. Why are you investigating my murder? You're a lying sack of shit, Corpo. You're doing this because there is nothing else to do. Do I remind you of someone? There you go. Look at that bright kid. We're birds of a feather, you and I. Soon you'll be just...
Feeling nausea, vomiting, tenderness or pain around the liver area, tiny red lines on the skin above waist level.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my...
As you narrow your eyes, the monster only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of...
How should I know why you are squinting, officer?
The monster comes back into focus and...
So, what do you think?
I think he's dead and about to explode. A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Did we? I don't feel lucky. There's a strong buildup of gases, yes. Rigor mortis becoming livor mortis. He'll be fully limp by tomorrow. I don't think he'll explode. I hope not. I do. Most of...
Stop talking in riddles.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal-like.
I agree. Totally dead. He is. I think he was upright immediately. The noose acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis here is in tune with the hanging. That's what I think. Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption, but we should still get him down before assigning a probable cause of...
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils.
Of course. You have questions, don't you? They'll come back later, Corpo.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoo.
The steel-reinforced belt. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting it. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspects in this case.
Confirmed. It's unsafe. But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Climb up there and saw the branch? There has to be a less risky way. Someone else? You mean like the police? Someone like a paid garbage man? I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How? It absolutely will not, officer. That...
Yeah, now we...
They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
Silence. With his elbow and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches.
He's gonna fucking...
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes.
God damn it.
Fucking idiot!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's sorry too. Kuno...
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun.
No, any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position. Remain collegiate, officer. I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down with it's bad as... Go ahead.
They only have one...
This is the sorriest pic...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banani boyka. Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth.
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
I agree. Enough gunslinging for today. I suggest we go to the harbor and ask the leader of the Union to help us with the body. I would have preferred us not to owe the Union anything. Yes?